No, we have not started yet, right? Just wait. We will start in few minutes, right?
Dr. Sumayveer.
Sir, good morning. Ji, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. What is the status?
Sir,
Sir,
Professor Rakshit Tandon is about to join. I just talked to him. And
Okay.
he said he's joining in a minute.
Okay. Fine.
sir. Good morning. Verma sir, Rakshi sir has joined.
Okay. So, please welcome. I welcome Shri Rakshit Tandon ji and request Samir to introduce Shri Rakshit Tandon ji to the audience.
Okay, sir. Good morning, all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the speaker of this session, Sri Rakshi Tandon ji, who is going to talk about the cyber security and forensic. Sri Rakshi Tandon ji, founder and director Hackdev Technology Private Limited, Delhi, has created a revolution in the field of cyber security. He is a meritorious student of St. Peter's College, Agra, and has completed his master's in computer science from Delhi. He has certified from many society and professionals like an ethical hacker certified by EC Council, a Microsoft certified professional by Microsoft, certified computer forensic expert from Brainbench USA. Mr. Rakshi Tandon has experience of more than a decade in security domain. He is chairing and the part of various security councils and chapters. He is a cyber security consultant in Internet and Mobile Association of India. He has marked as resource person for many cybercrime investigations at Bureau of Police Research and Development for training law enforcement officers across the country. He is advisory member of National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. He has sanitized more than 2.5 billion students on the issue of cyber safety across the nation, covering more than 26 states, 4 union territories. He has awarded with the Karamveer Chakra by Rex Conclave 15 and 16 Gold Karamveer Chakra here by Government of Maharashtra. He has been invited national and international conference on cyber security as keynote speaker and panelist. He is a faculty in major police academies across the country like CBI Academy, NEPA, CDTS, Ghaziabad, Chandigarh, Jaipur, and PRTS Indore. He's conducted session on Australian Embassy, European Union delegation to India, United Nations, Department of Safety and Security, UN, CII, FICCI, etc. Now I request to Sri Rakshit Tandon ji, please join us for a great session. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar, all of you. Thank you for inviting me. And sorry for being a little late. I got stuck in some very important call, so I could not join. And as mentioned to me, I've seen the invite where we are talking on cyber security and forensics. And as you all heard in my profile, participants, that I have been in this domain for almost 2 decades. And my major role has been educating a lot of young students into the domain. And I also have created a bridge between the law enforcement agencies and academia. And that is a very important thing which I done. In 2013, I started a cyber security internship, a program with Haryana Police, which has become a flagship event now. And we are doing it every year. We select a bunch of enthusiasts like you people who have an inclination in cyber security, because at law enforcement only you get a practical exposure of what actually cybercrime is on the field and what are the challenges. And I have created this bridge, and then I replicated the bridge with Hyderabad City Police and other state police, and we are still on the job. So every year we do these internship programs, we bring cyber enthusiasts like you people, and we bridge them with the law enforcement agencies. Then Government of India, NCII-PC started their internship program, which is again a flagship event now, National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, that is from Government of India. And this platform is given to you for sharing your expertise to Government of India. That is called nciipc.gov.in. And we have also started an engagement program that is called the Responsible Vulnerability Disclosure Program, RVDP. So if you look at the NCIIPC website, it is a unit of NTRO. We have a RVDP program, which is called Responsible Vulnerability Disclosure Program. You can find vulnerabilities and you can report. We have malware reporting, we have incident reporting, and we have a 4 weeks to 6 months internship program. A lot of my students have successfully completed internship with Government of India, and they are all practical internships. And then there are dissertations in cybersecurity, which you can send as research scholars. So there is a lot of activity happening at the government end, and especially when it comes to forensics, I think now this is a high time we should understand that cyber forensics is going to be the most important thing in the future now. Everything is on digital platform, and the digital footprints are everywhere, and it is very important for any incidents which is happening to find out these footprints. So whether it is digital forensics, whether it is mobile forensics, cyber forensics, whether it is IoT forensics, whether it is crypto forensics. Now, cryptocurrency is becoming the new challenge for law enforcement agencies. Dark web becoming the new challenge, where the hackers are hiding themselves and behind a proxy layer, and they are committing crimes. So every second day we are finding new challenges coming in on the internet, and that is what creates the potential in cybersecurity. 15.5 lakh jobs, 25.5 lakh jobs are required by 2025 in cybersecurity domain only in Asia. And the major problem is the skill set. The major problem is the availability of these resources. And this COVID-19 has taught every organization that how cybersecurity is very important. So India has become number 4 in the top 5 countries in reporting cybercrime. And my personal role with the law enforcement agencies, every day I have a new kind of a case and a new challenge. And as you all understand as cybersecurity enthusiasts, that digital footprint is something which is very, very important, whether it is your mobile records, or whether it is your internet protocol records, or whether it is your social media footprint, and everything which accumulates to create a track for the law enforcement agencies. So looking at the current scenario, the biggest things, threat vectors which are there are data theft, which is a serious problem right now. Every second day there is a breach happening, and millions and millions of records are compromised. And the users are unaware that their data is now compromised and their data is somewhere in the public, and the hacker is ready to exploit. So during this lockdown, very interesting, I got a lot of complaints where people said that I have received the email from some anonymous person, and he has written my password in the email. And he is saying that I know everything about your computer, I have recorded everything, and now you pay me some money in Bitcoin, otherwise I leak your personal details. Now the email becomes very scary. Why? Because it carries your password. Now people don't realize that this data is publicly available on dark web and internet, which is called data breach. So if you just go and check your personal mail ID also, you will find that it has been breached in some data breach. Whether it is Zomato data breach, or a Big Basket data breach, or Dump Smash data breach, or Canva data breach, or Yahoo data breach, or LinkedIn data breach. So, number one, as mentioned, Honorable Prime Minister also said that data is the new gold. We now in India have to realize the importance of data privacy. And I think that is one key focus area for all cybersecurity researchers today, to find out technologies and to find out ways where we can protect our data, because data is being mined now. You install one small application on your mobile and it will take 100 permissions from you. It will access your GPS logs, it will access your search history, it will access your gallery, cookies. They are mining data, but then who is protecting that data? And the moment that data goes to the hacker, the crime graph increases. Just to mention one case recently, I don't know how many of you have heard about the crime called SIM swapping. Now, SIM swapping is becoming a threat because in India today, whether it is your digital identity or your financial identity, all these identities are only protected by something called, email address or your bank, the only thing they use for protecting your digital identity in India is OTP. That is the one-time password. So in your digital identity, suppose I have an email address, or I have a bank or ATM or UPI, all these identities are protected by OTP. That is the one-time password, right? And we have been using this technique for a long time now. We have a two-step verification on our IDs, so we protect our digital identities with. Now the hackers are attacking your SMS gateway. They are using SMS forwarding, techniques like SMS forwarding. They are using techniques like SIM hijacking. Now that is the most dangerous thing which can happen today, and we also call it SIM swapping. So we have seen recently, I got a crime where around 14 to 15 people, they were a victim of SIM swapping. Now what happened with them? It was a mix of crime. It was data breach plus SIM swapping. So let me just share this case study and you will understand the importance of data breach. So actually what happened, this member, she received, the lady, she is in Noida, she received a call saying that I am calling from Airtel, madam, and we are working from home because of the COVID-19 problem. So we have to do your verification, otherwise your SIM card will be barred. So the lady said that you are calling from a private number. How do I believe that you are calling from Airtel? So this gentleman said, madam, the last 3 recharges were done on so-and-so date and so-and-so amount. You have purchased your SIM card on so-and-so date. So this 3 or 4 authentic data this person provided made the lady believe that yes, he is a genuine person. And then he said, I'm not asking you any details. I just want you to forward one SMS to 121. Now 121, if you all know, is the call center number for the mobile company. So this gentleman said you just have to forward one SMS to 121. And the moment this happened, you know what? Her SIM card got disconnected. And now let me tell you, there is a technology which people are using called embedded SIM. Now this embedded SIM is used in handsets like iPhone and the latest Samsung handsets, where you can use a programmable SIM card. Now programmable SIM card is not a chip, it is a software SIM card. So what he did, by asking the person to send one SMS to 121, he activated the eSIM of that person. And the moment the eSIM was activated, his SIM card got closed and this lady, she lost 12 lakh rupees from her bank account. So there were around 15 cases. Now, this crime is a mix of data breach and this crime is a mix of SIM swapping. And in all this, we need to do hardcore forensics to find out the culprit, where the SIM card was activated, where the money is gone, how the money trail has been formed. And you all understand that in today's digital environment, the money movement is very fast. It is like a press of a button and the money is transferred from one wallet to another wallet, from wallet to another wallet. And now the people have started hiding themselves in cryptocurrency. So today, in this current scenario of digital India explosion, cyber forensics and cyber security, they are going hand in hand and they are creating thousands and tons of opportunities for people like you. The first opportunity in cyber forensics is that number one, in cyber forensics, everything is very dynamic. So the time has gone when we used to do forensics on hard disk and forensics on the browser. But today we are doing forensics on smartphones, we are doing forensics on IoT, smart watches, Amazon, Alexa, we are doing forensics on drones. So everything is becoming a part of the ecosystem. And it's very interesting to see that today what digital footprints can do, it cannot be done by any other circumstantial evidence. So when anything which happens, any crime which has been committed, whether it is offline or online, the digital footprint plays a very important role. Right now, I am investigating a murder case. Now, murder case has nothing to do with cybercrime. But yes, I am trying to work on the digital footprint of the suspect and of the deceased to find out the relationship between the murder and the who is the person who has committed the crime. And these digital footprints, as we all understand today, is tons and tons of footprints, whether it is your Google Cloud, whether it's your Apple Cloud, whether it's your WhatsApp chat, whether it is your OLX application running in your phone. Everything is emitting out tons and tons of data. So suppose my phone is on right now with a mobile data connection and I have 35 applications installed in my phone. I have Amazon, I have Flipkart, I have OLX, I have Uber, I have Ola, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. All of them are pushing data to the server, and they are creating my trails, my footprints. So the interesting part here is that, yes, these are the core domains in which we have to work. India is number 4 in cybercrime, and there are 2 categories of crimes which we see the most happening in India right now. One is online scam and phishing. So till date, I know phishing is a very easy subject to study, but till date, phishing is the top number 1 rated crime. Recently, Interpol came out with a report and during the COVID-19, and Interpol said that there has been a 69% increase in the crimes like phishing and online scams. So this is one category of crime, phishing and online scams, and they are just misusing the domains. Like, for example, I'll just now show you, let me just share my screen and I'll go on Google and show it to you, that how these hackers are creating fake domains just to mislead people. And a very simple task, like everybody wants to get a passport made in India. So what we do, we just go to the website and we write, we want to install, we want to apply for a passport. And you will see hundreds and hundreds of websites are being made in a fake name. Even the Government of India website is giving you alert on the front page. So if you open the official website, that is passportindia.gov.in, on the front page, you will come to know that there are thousands of websites which are fake. They have registered domain like .org and .in, and they are trying to mislead people like indiapassport.org, onlinepassportindia.com, passportindiaportal.in. So phishing is not only like using a similar or a fake domain, but also misspelling the domain. So suppose you have to open my website like rakshitandon.com. So you will finally lead to rakshitandon.com. So the A is getting converted into a O. This is one way. And there are some major serious attacks like MIM happening now. It is called man in the middle attack. And here they are attacking organizations, SMEs and companies who are dealing with online business and offline business. So what is MIM? I'll just give you an example. Suppose I'm Rakshit Tandon. My email address is info@rakshitandon.com, and I am dealing with an organization. I am doing some export business. My invoice of my payment of say $50,000. So I have sent an email, and the email has a bill of $50,000. So now what the hacker will do, the hacker will keep the same display name, Rakshit Tandon. He will create a fake email, rakshitandon.com. He will just misspell the domain, and he will send a new bill to the buyer. And in the new bill, he will say that my account number has changed due to some income tax audit. And now what will happen? My buyer, he will only look at the display name. In inbox, what do? In inbox, normally we look at the display name. So suppose this is my inbox. I received a mail from Dr. Samayaveer Singh. So I'm just looking at the name Samayaveer Singh, or I'm looking at the display name Kari Sharma. I am not looking at the email address. Same here, I got a mail from Sumati, madam. So Sumati, I will look at Sumati. I will not see the complete domain unless I click on the domain. So it is telanganapolice.gov.in. So actually what is happening today that these hackers are using, and you know what are the two tricks they are using? If you open Gmail, for example, let's open Gmail, there are two very crucial settings in your Gmail. If you open your settings, so what happens in the man in the middle attack is they open your settings. They go to this word called Google settings. And in the settings, they try to exploit two features. One is, let me show you the settings first. So you go to the settings, there are two features here. One is called filter. This one is called filter and second is called forwarder. So the hacker, he goes into filter and he creates a filter. Any mail coming from buyer.com should be deleted. So the hacker creates so many filters in my account. So the first thing is he creates a filter. So suppose I am receiving a mail from rakshittandan.com. So I will put a filter, info@rakshittandan.com. Any mail coming, please do what? Delete it. I will say delete it. So now what will happen? Any mail coming from this ID will not come to my inbox. This is one thing. The second thing they do is they create a forwarder to the fake domain. And listen, participants, buying a domain is just going to GoDaddy and buying a domain. It will take you 1 second to buy any domain. So suppose I want to buy NIT Jalandhar.com. So it is just a matter of 99 rupees and I can buy this website and I can start using a name called nitjalandhar.com. It is available for 199 rupees. And if I take this website and I try to fool people or something, that is what is happening today. So man in the middle attack is one of the situations which exporters and importers are facing, and millions of rupees have been lost to this crime. So checking your settings of your email, securing email. Email security is another very important subject today. Data security is very important. Everybody is starting a startup. They create a database on MS SQL. They create a front end and they sell the application in the market. Now, one day the hacker comes and he breaches your data. All your customer data is gone. So if you see some examples recently, what has happened, there was a very popular app called Big Basket. Now, Big Basket has suffered a 2 crore data breach, 2 crore. So 20 million user data was stolen. Similarly, Zomato, they suffered a data breach and how much? 17 million data was stolen, 17 million. Then you must have heard Yahoo, the biggest data breach. Yahoo, millions of their users' data was breached. So today, data breach and data security goes hand in hand. If you are entering the digital infrastructure, your first priority is to protect the data. Let me repeat my words. Data is the new oil. Data is the new gold. And if the data is gone to the wrong hand, crime is going to increase, and it is happening. So protecting your data and privacy becomes the first priority of cybersecurity and information security. We have to implement DLPs, data leakage prevention policy. 2 days back, I received a complaint in Noida where a 75-year-old gentleman, he received a call from an insurance company, and the insurance company claimed to have all the information about their policy, the policy number and everything. And that person said that you have received a bonus. To claim the bonus, you just have to pay the GST tax. So the bonus is 1 crore and the GST is 18%. And they cheated this old gentleman in paying 18 lakh rupees. And he was convinced. Why? Because they were carrying all the personal information of the gentleman. They very convincingly told him, Mr. Verma, your policy number is this. Mr. Verma, you paid the last amount on so and so date. Mr. Verma, you used the HDFC का बैंक का checkbook. तो जब इतना सारा डेटा उन्होंने उसको सही सही बता दिया तो वो भाई साहब को लगा कि हाँ साहब मेरा बोनस निकल आया, और उन्होंने 18 लाख रुपए दे दिए. तो डेटा ब्रीच की क्या सीरियसनेस हो सकती है आपको उसका अंदाजा नहीं है. आप ही के एक स्टूडेंट ने अपनी प्रोफाइल अपलोड करी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट वेबसाइट पे, naukri.com पे, और अगले दिन ही हैकर्स ने उसकी एक नकली वेबसाइट बना ली, उसका नाम था fast-naukri.com, fastnaukri.com। और इस वेबसाइट से उसके बाद कॉल भी आ गया। उन्होंने कहा कि आपने स्वयं के लिए अप्लाई किया था। उन्होंने उसका बाकायदा इंटरव्यू लिया और इंटरव्यू लेने के बाद उसको बोला कि आपको एक रिफंडेबल सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट देना पड़ेगा, उससे कुछ पैसे ले लिए। फिर उसको बोला कि आपको हेल्थ रिकॉर्ड्स के लिए, कोविड के लिए आपको पैसा देना पड़ेगा और ये सारा पैसा रिफंडेबल होगा अगर आपको जॉब मिल गई। और लेते 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 उस बच्चे से उन्होंने 55,000 रुपए ले लिए। बाद में उसे पता चला ये फेक वेबसाइट थी। तो डेटा ब्रीच कैन हैव वेरी एडवर्सरी इफेक्ट। So protecting data on the server and the application becomes very important. Now we have to run our brains. What can we do? Today, we all are talking of cryptography, encryption, right? Cryptocurrency and blockchain is one technology which can bring in this decentralization of data. So are we working on data security and blockchain? I think that is one area where you need to work. Let me tell you, enthusiasts, that everything is happening in this space. Blockchain, AI, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and its role in cyber security and predicting crime and predicting attacks, and working on technologies like dark web monitoring. Now, these are those subjects which are the need of the hour right now. Cryptocurrency investigations. These are the areas where we are right now. We need strength. We need, and you understand that today we need experts who can protect our SCADA systems. Like you must have heard, recently there was an attack on the Florida water plant. And the hacker could hack into the Florida water plant and change the quantity of sodium hydroxide in the water. And I am not officially saying this, but you all must have heard that China was behind the Mumbai electric grid outage. So the electric outage which happened, electricity outage of the failure of the grid, the people are claiming that Chinese hackers were behind this. So today, we need to protect our critical infrastructure. All our power, transport, banks, share markets, these are those critical infrastructures which we need protection. And for that, we need defensive and offensive training, proper professional defensive and offensive training in cyber security. So cyber security is not only being defensive, but yes, at times we need to be offensive. And we need to create that workforce. And very soon, I think Government of India has started working on the lines. They have already started doing these internship programs, and they're creating databases. If you see our government website called cybercrime.gov.in, look at this website. If you look at this website, we have opened up a feature not only to report, but also we have opened up a button called Cyber Volunteers. So we have started that you can register yourself as a volunteer with Government of India. We are creating this database so that we can find the right brains. I started this internship program with Government of India in 2013. And let me tell you very proudly that all the interns who have done internship with these police programs, they have opened up their minds to cyber security. They are doing a wonderful job in their career, whether with government or non-government agencies. So we have this volunteer program. Then the second very important threat, apart from this phishing and all, we are working on, and which is a big threat right now to everyone, is ransomware. So ransomware is now the most important threat of 2021. I don't know how many of you are aware of ransomware. It's a simple virus which comes with an email, and it attacks your servers and applications, and it encrypts all the data. And then the hacker, he will ask ransom to decrypt the data. So it is like digital kidnapping. So they are kidnapping your, suppose I am a website called flipkart.com, and suddenly my website goes down. My servers are all attacked by ransomware. All the data is encrypted, and now the hacker is asking money. Recently, it happened with a very big company called Haldiram. So Haldiram in Noida, they were attacked by this virus, and you know how much firauti they were asking? They were asking a firauti and ransom of $7.5 lakh. The kal parson ki khabar hai, Acer, if you have heard, Acer has been attacked by a ransomware. Acer is a very famous laptop company, manufacturing company, and Acer hits with a ransom, and they are asking $50 million. How much? $50 million to get back their financial and bank information, and Acer is a very big company. So ransomware is one of the biggest threat right now. Europol, I don't know how many of you know about this, but Europol Crime Center, the European Cyber Crime Center, is working with some security companies like McAfee, Barracuda, and Kaspersky and all. And they have created a website also. I'm sharing that website with you. NoMoreRansom.org. Now, this is one tool which has been created where you can find the decryptor of any ransomware which is available. So, suppose I go in for English. Here you can see their decryption tools are available. This website is made by European Cybercrime Center, Polite, McAfee, Barracuda, and Kaspersky. And what are they doing? They are giving you the decryptor of the latest ransomware available. So suppose I am a company and I am attacked by a ransomware. Suppose the ransomware is called Ziggy. So I will just search Ziggy, and here you can see I find the Ziggy ransomware, and here I can download the decryptor tool. It is a decryptor. So this is a very good initiative, but I think more has to be done here. We have to protect infrastructures from ransomware. We have to be proactive. The word is proactive. अभी तक हिंदुस्तान में जब आग लग जाती है तब फायर फाइटिंग खरीदा जाता है, जब दरवाजा टूट जाता है तब सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स और सीसीटीवी लगाए जाते हैं. बट नहीं, when I am talking of cyber security, I have to be proactive. When I say proactive, I will test all my applications. I will sanitize all my machines working in the organization. I will have a strict information security policy. You know, in lockdown, I received a complaint. One of the university computers were hacked and the result was altered. And when we did the tracking and tracing, FIR was filed in this case. A second-year-old student has done it. So students, this is a warning for you also. If you are good in cybersecurity, help the nation, help the companies, do bug bounties. There are so many companies which are offering you bug bounties where you will earn also and you will report bugs also. But don't commit a crime. That is what I want to say. There is a very thin line between hacking and ethical hacking. So we should have a strict information security policy. We should have a proper VAPT done on all my applications and all my code, whatever coding I am doing. What is VAPT? Vulnerability assessment, pen testing. Vulnerability assessment and pen testing. And listen, there are a lot of international certifications. I don't believe in those international certifications. We in India have so many good programs running by institutions, universities, like your university has a cyber security program. You have masters, you have PhD. They are very, very valuable. The only thing you need is to add on industry experience. And the best industry experience you can have, you know, that India has today national law universities in cyber forensics, whether it is Gandhinagar, whether it is Bhopal. We have these national law universities. And one more thing we have done, we call it I4C. I don't know how many of you heard about I4C. It is called Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. This comes under MHA. MHA means Ministry of Home Affairs. So this I4C has started a wonderful collaboration of academia and police. So this is one thing I think which is going to be very helpful for all our research scholars and PhD students and master students in information security. Working with companies, today you have to enhance your cyber security skills, whether it is networking, whether it is coding, whether it is the frameworks available for offensive hacking. Government of India has started some programs in affiliation with universities which are offering you such skills. I personally, as I mentioned in my profile, I do a lot of LEA work, law enforcement work. So I do these internship programs as well as training programs. I have created a small platform also for university students called hackershala.com, where you learn, and there is an area where you work. We call it hackingbrawl.com, where you can test your hacking skills. So you have a live simulation. So here you learn, here you work, and you can work. And then we have created a software called CodesNag, where you earn. So suppose you are a good hacker and you are doing good practices on Hacking Brawl. It is web-based. These are web-based simulated labs. These are labs in where you can do live hacking, and you are not hacking anybody's computer. You are doing a hacking in a simulated environment. You are testing your skills, and once you achieve a level, you are ready to earn in the market. So I think all the researchers who are interested in cybersecurity, you should always work on simulated labs, increase your skill set. Let me tell you again, is a huge market of job waiting for you. And now, especially after COVID, I have seen companies, they're increasing their cyber security budgets. Before this COVID-19, I have seen that companies were very reluctant about security. They will say, हमें कुछ नहीं होता है. But in this COVID-19, when the attacks increased, the volume of the attack increased. Every day there is a company crying that we have a ransomware, protect us, all my data is gone, all my backup is gone, मेरी company बर्बाद हो जाएगी, मेरे पास कुछ भी backups नहीं है. So then now they have realized the importance of proactive cyber security, giving a chance to a user. There are so many things which is again happening here in the open source intelligence tools. So this is another area where you have a lot of scope of work. Today, all the law enforcement agencies I work with, they are always looking forward to some open source intelligence tools. And this is one area which is very, very promising for open source intelligence tools, which we use for investigations, investigations of cyber crimes, investigations of threats and all. So this is another key area. There is a lot of tools you can find on GitHub. You can find a lot of codes there which you can use to develop your tools, whether it is a metadata analysis tool or face recognition or things like that. So I think these are the areas which are becoming very promising. Just to give you an example, now there are open source tools which will tell you whether your particular email is breached or not. So हमें तो पता ही नहीं हमारा data कभी चोरी हुआ है या नहीं. So just for an example, if you can just type in your email here in the chat, दीपांशु हल्दीराम, yes, last year मतलब 2020 में हुआ था दीपांशु जी. हल्दीराम मिठास फिरौती, हाँ, ransom means फिरौती, yes. So yes, there was the news. Can anybody type your email address here? I can just try to show you whether our emails have been breached or not. हमारा आज तक data breach हुआ है या नहीं. So if you just type in your email, I can just give you a live example by using an open source tool. Thank you, Sachin. So let us take Sachin's email ID, and participants, we are just going to access an open source tool, which is a very popular tool called haveibeenpawned.com. It's an open source tool that will tell you whether your privacy data has been breached or not. तो मैंने सचिन की मेल डाली और सचिन की मेल पे लिख के आ गया गुड न्यूज. इसका मतलब इनका कोई डेटा अभी तक ब्रीच नहीं हुआ है. हम फागुनी जी की डालते हैं. फागुनी जी, आपने तो अपनी ऑफिशियल आईडी डाल दी. ऑफिशियल आईडी से भी ब्रीच होता तो नहीं है, वैसे देख लेते हैं. गुड न्यूज, देयर इज नो ब्रीच काउंट। कोई याहू और जीमेल की आईडी है पर्सनल, वो बताइए जो आप लोग मोबाइल ऐप में यूज करते हैं। वकुल जी ने अपनी मेल डाली है, तो वकुल जी की ट्राई कर लेते हैं। वकुल शर्मा 50। ओ वकुल जी, आपका 4 बार डेटा चोरी हो चुका है, 4 टाइम्स, और 2 इसके डेटा ब्रीचेस मिले हैं। एक तो एनीमोटो, जुलाई 2018 में आपने कोई क्लाउड बेस्ड वीडियो ऐप यूज किया था एनीमोटो, उनका डेटा चोरी हुआ था। फिर आपने डम स्मैश यूज किया था दिसंबर 2018 में, इसमें भी आपका डेटा चोरी हुआ। अभी सितंबर 2020 में आपका नाइट्रो कोई ऐप यूज करते थे पीडीएफ का, उसका डेटा चोरी हुआ। और 2018 में जूम कार, ये कोई ऐप चलाया होगा, इसका डेटा चोरी हुआ। और इन सब डेटा में अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो ईमेल भी चोरी हुआ है और पासवर्ड भी चोरी हुआ है। इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं आपका पासवर्ड आज इंटरनेट पे है। तो अगर कल को क्या नाम था, वकुल जी, अगर वकुल जी पे कोई मेल आ जाए, वकुल शर्मा जी आपका पासवर्ड है वकुल 123, मुझे आपका पासवर्ड पता है, आई नो एवरीथिंग अबाउट यू, मैंने तुम्हारी सारी रिकॉर्डिंग कर ली है, तुम्हें डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर अचानक से आपका एंड्रॉइड फोन हैक हो जाए और उसकी कोई फोटोज निकाल ले, तो डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्यों? क्योंकि आपका पासवर्ड कहीं ना कहीं इंटरनेट पे पड़ा हुआ है। तो पार्टिसिपेंट, सबसे पहला पॉइंट यहाँ पे क्या आता है? तो सबसे पहला पॉइंट ये आता है, साइबर हाइजीन का है बॉस। हम लोग साइबर हाइजीन पे तो ध्यान ही नहीं देते। हम लोग अपने पासवर्ड नहीं बदलते। हम लोग के पासवर्ड सारी आईडीज के सेम रहते हैं। मेरा डम स्मैश का पासवर्ड सेम है। अब राहुल, चलो राहुल का गुड न्यूज आ गया, राहुल का हैक नहीं हुआ है। नेहा का एक बार ट्राई कर लेते हैं, आप लोग खुद ट्राई कर लो। अब तो मैंने आपको वेबसाइट बता दी, ये लो। अमरेफ का भी हैक हुआ है नेहा जी, डम स्मैश, नाइट्रो, यात्रा, और आपका तो डेटा जोमेटो में भी चोरी हुआ था 2017 में। इसका क्या मतलब है पार्टिसिपेंट्स? इसका मतलब ये है कि हमको साइबर हाइजीन फॉलो करनी है। एंड व्हाट इज द रूल ऑफ साइबर हाइजीन? नंबर 1, चेंज पासवर्ड। Number 1, that is a very important rule. Number 2, always use a 2-factor authentication on your emails, all your emails. और ये ईमेल नहीं है, ये डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी है आज की तारीख में। इसी ईमेल से मेरा एंड्रॉइड फोन चलता है, इसी ईमेल से मेरा एप्पल फोन चलता है, इसी ईमेल से मेरा गूगल पे चलता है, इसी ईमेल से मैं ऑनलाइन मीटिंग्स करता हूँ गूगल मीट पे, और इसी ईमेल से मैंने फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट खोला हुआ है, और इसी ईमेल से मैं जूम चलाता हूं, और इसी ईमेल से मैं जोमेटो चलाता हूं। तो आप सोचो, ये ईमेल आइडेंटिटी मेरी क्या बन गई? डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी। और अगर इसका पासवर्ड इंटरनेट पे पड़ा हुआ है और मैंने आज तक वो चेंज नहीं किया है, क्योंकि मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि नाइट्रो में 2020 में माय डेटा वाज हैक्ड, तो इसका क्या मतलब है? somebody knows my password. For example, हम एक लाइव केस स्टडी कर लेते हैं रक्षित टंडन की। मेरी ईमेल आईडी है cyberexpert10@gmail.com। मैंने अपनी आईडी खोली, ध्यान से देखना। इसने बताया रक्षित टंडन जी का डेटा जो है वो ब्रीच हो चुका है। रक्षित टंडन जी का डेटा ब्रीच हो चुका है। कब हुआ ब्रीच? मई 2019 में मैंने कैनवा ऐप यूज किया था। अब अगर हैकर को मैंने, अगर फॉर एग्जांपल आई हैव नॉट चेंज्ड माय पासवर्ड टिल डेट, लिसन टू मी केयरफुली, इफ आई हैव नॉट चेंज्ड माय पासवर्ड टिल डेट, यू नो व्हाट द हैकर कैन डू? ही कैन एक्सेस माय एंड्रॉइड फोन। ये देखो, वो मेरा पूरा एंड्रॉइड फोन खोल के बैठ गया। इसे कहते हैं गूगल क्लाउड। अब वो रक्षित टंडन की 4000 जीमेल देख सकता है, रक्षित टंडन की गूगल ड्राइव पे 200 फाइल्स देख सकता है, रक्षित टंडन के 13,000 कॉन्टैक्ट देख सकता है, और तो और रक्षित टंडन की 18,000 फोटोग्राफ देख सकता है, 18,702 फोटोग्राफ। So what does it mean? He can actually spy on me. Just because he knows my cloud password, he can finish me. He can open my Google, he can open my mails, he can access my Facebook. So password protection is not enough today. And today, what is the best protection? I look at protection having a 2-factor authentication. मेरे 2-factor authentication के बिना कोई भी आईडी नहीं खुलेगी। इसे हम 2-step verification कहते हैं, और इसको करने के बहुत सारे तरीके हैं। क्या क्या है? देखो, आज की तारीख में सबसे पहला तरीका है OTP, दूसरा तरीका है साइन इन नोटिफिकेशन, तीसरा तरीका है गूगल ऑथेंटिकेटर। ये तो बहुत ही प्यारा तरीका है। सबसे बढ़िया। और चौथा तरीका है जो मैं यूज करता हूं, जूबी। गूगल टाइटन की। ये क्या है? हार्डवेयर लॉक है। अब ये देखिए, यूबी की, मैंने यूबी की यूज किया। व्हाट इज यूबी की? ये छोटा सा हार्डवेयर पेन ड्राइव है, मैंने खरीद लिया। ये इसका वीडियो देखो। ये 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन के लिए काम करता है मेरे बायोमेट्रिक से। मैं अपने गले की चेन में डाल के रखता हूँ। कभी भी मुझे अपना जीमेल खोलना है तो मैं, देखो इसका वीडियो देखो आप। ये यूबी की है, ये छोटी सी पेन ड्राइव है, इसमें बायोमेट्रिक चलता है। ना तो ओटीपी आएगा, ना कोई कोड की जरूरत है। मुझे अपना जीमेल खोलना है, मैं सिंपली यूएसबी में ये पेन ड्राइव लगाऊंगा, अपनी फिंगर टच करूंगा और मैं अपने अकाउंट में सिक्योर्ड लॉगिन करूंगा। तो कल को मेरा फोन चोरी हो सकता है, सिम कार्ड चोरी हो सकता है। अगर ये पेन ड्राइव चोरी भी हो जाए, ये काम नहीं करेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि ये सिर्फ मेरी फिंगर को पहचानता है। तो ये आज मल्टी फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन में एक अच्छा अचीवमेंट है। ये देखिए, मैंने सिंपली अपना फिंगर टच किया और अपने अकाउंट में एक्सेस कर लिया। तो ये हार्डवेयर की कहलाती है, हार्डवेयर की। इसी तरीके से एक दूसरा प्रोडक्ट आता है, ये भी बहुत पॉपुलर है, ये गूगल ने बनाया है, इसका नाम है गूगल टाइटन की। आप ये भी खरीद सकते हो। ये भी 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन की है, हार्डवेयर है। इसे आप अपनी चाबी के गुच्छे में डाल लो, आप अपने गले की चेन में डाल लो। इससे फायदा क्या है कि ये 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन का काम करता है। कहने का मतलब, लौट फिर के बात यहाँ पे आती है कि हमें अपनी डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी सुरक्षित रखनी है। डेटा ब्रीच को आप नहीं रोक सकते। आपने तो जोमेटो को ट्रस्ट किया था, अब जोमेटो के घर में चोरी हो गई, इसमें मैं क्या करूं? नाइट्रो के घर में चोरी हो गई, मैं क्या करूं? बिग बास्केट का डेटा चोरी हो गया, मैं क्या करूं? और ये उन डेटाबेस प्रोग्रामर्स की गलती है कि वो हमारे पासवर्ड वगैरह सिंपल कीज में रिकॉर्ड करके रखते हैं। तो इसकी स्पेलिंग गलत लिख दी, इसे यूबी की कहते हैं, यूबी की। तो पार्टिसिपेंट्स, आज की तारीख में इसको आप इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। आपको मालूम है आजकल मेरे पास तो फेसबुक या सोशल मीडिया पे इतने क्राइम्स हो रहे हैं। एक तो बहुत कॉमन क्राइम हो रहा है सोशल मीडिया पे कि आप ही की फेक आइडेंटिटी कोई बना के आप ही के लोगों से पैसे मांग रहा है कि मैं बीमार हूं, मुझे पैसे दे दो। वो दे मेक डुप्लीकेट अकाउंट्स। क्यों? क्योंकि हमें प्राइवेसी नहीं आती। दूसरा, आजकल हनी ट्रैप्स बहुत हो रहे हैं और इसमें बॉयज और मेल मेंबर्स सबसे ज्यादा फंस रहे हैं। मेल मेंबर्स के ऊपर ज्यादा अटैक हो रहा है। एक खूबसूरत लड़की आपसे दोस्ती करती है, फिर वो आपको एक वीडियो कॉल करती है, वो आपका वीडियो कॉल रिकॉर्ड कर लेती है और वो लोग एक टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करते हैं, डीप फेक। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ दिस। ये भी एक आने वाले समय का बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल दिखा देता हूँ डीप फेक का, आपकी समझ में आ जाएगा। ये देखो डीप फेक, ये एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से मैं किसी का भी वीडियो और ऑडियो बना सकता हूँ, किसी की भी आवाज किसी के वीडियो में डाल सकता हूँ। तो मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल रियल टाइम में दिखा रहा हूँ। आपने ये बड़ा फेमस कैरेक्टर देखा होगा, जोई। अब आप देखो, मैंने डीप फेक से जोई के चेहरे पे अपना चेहरा लगा दिया। अब आप ये वीडियो देखना जॉनी डेप का। ये भाई साहब चिल्ला रहे हैं एक मूवी के अंदर, कोई डायलॉग बोल रहे हैं, मैंने इनका चेहरा बदल दिया। देखो, अब इनकी जगह रक्षित टंडन चिल्लाएंगे। तो ये आने वाले टाइम में ना बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो अब आजकल हैकर्स क्या करते हैं, एक पोर्नोग्राफी वीडियो आपको डीप फेक से दिखा देते हैं। आपने कॉल किया, आप पे एक वीडियो कॉल आया सुंदर सी लड़की का, उसमें एक डीप फेक वीडियो चल रहा है। अब हर वीडियो में 2 स्क्रीन होती है, ऊपर और नीचे। उसमें बदमाश ने स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डर से दोनों रिकॉर्ड कर लिए और रिकॉर्ड करके आपकी फेसबुक से सारे कॉन्टैक्ट निकाल लिए। अब आपको वो ब्लैकमेल कर रहा है। तो ये इधर मैंने देखा है ड्यूरिंग लॉकडाउन ऐसे क्राइम्स बहुत बड़े हैं। दूसरा, सेक्सटॉर्शन बहुत बड़ा है और मेंटल हेल्थ पे लोगों की बड़ा असर पड़ा है। और इस मेंटल हेल्थ पे जो असर पड़ा है उसका सबसे बड़ा रीजन एक पोर्नोग्राफी भी रहा है। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर दैट पोर्नोग्राफी और पॉर्न जो है, मैं आपको अप्रैल का डेटा दिखा रहा हूँ, उछलना मत, परेशान मत होना, लेकिन ये रिसर्च का एरिया है। ये देखो, पढ़ो। हिंदुस्तान में 95 अप्रैल में 95% इंक्रीज हुआ ट्रैफिक ऑन पॉर्न साइट। ये खबर, तो ये खबर आई थी लॉकडाउन के दौरान, जो शुरू में लॉकडाउन हुआ था, हिंदुस्तान से पॉर्न साइट पे 95% ट्रैफिक इंक्रीज हुआ। अब उसके रिजल्ट दिखा देता हूं। हमारी सीबीआई ने अभी भाई साहब एक इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट को पकड़ा। ये भाई साहब क्या कर रहे थे, ये चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूजिव मटेरियल बेच रहे थे ऑनलाइन, काय पे, व्हाट्सएप पे, टेलीग्राम पे और इंस्टाग्राम पे। क्या है ये, इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट है। ये पहला केस था। फिर इसके बाद हमारी सीबीआई ने एक दूसरा केस पकड़ा, एक इंजीनियर साहब को पकड़ा जिन्होंने 50 से ज्यादा बच्चों को सेक्सुअली अब्यूज किया और उनका डेटा ऑनलाइन बेचा। ये सीबीआई ने, मतलब मैं अपने सीबीआई का आपको 5 केसेस दिखा रहा हूं जो 2 महीने में हमने पकड़े हैं ऑन चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी। इसका क्या मतलब है, ये इम्पैक्ट है मेंटल हेल्थ के ऊपर। तो इसका डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट जो है क्राइम अगेंस्ट विमेन एंड चिल्ड्रन पे पड़ा है। और आज की तारीख में कुछ नाम आप लोगों ने समझे होंगे, कॉलेज वालों को तो पता भी होता है, ज्यादातर बच्चों को। रिवेंज पॉर्न, सेक्सटिंग, ये वाले केसेस बड़े खतरनाक हो गए कि साहब जब रिश्तेदारी होती है तब तो प्राइवेट वीडियो और फोटो शेयर कर लेते हैं, और फिर जब रिश्ता खत्म हो जाता है या खराब हो जाता है, टॉक्सिक हो जाता है, तो फिर ये प्राइवेट कंटेंट वायरल करना शुरू करते हैं, जो अपोनेंट पार्टी की मेंटल हेल्थ पे बहुत खतरनाक असर डालता है। यहां तक कि लोगों ने सुसाइड तक कर लिया है अपनी ऑनलाइन रेप्यूटेशन को बचाने के लिए। तो ऑनलाइन रेप्यूटेशन एक नया सब्जेक्ट बन के आया है जिस पे हमें अब काम करना है। साइबर रेजिलियंस पे काम करना है हमें। वी हैव टू फाइट अगेंस्ट पॉर्न। मतलब पोर्नोग्राफी और सेक्स में कोई बुराई नहीं है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन नहीं है, और एजुकेशन ना होने की वजह से ये बहुत नेगेटिव वे में चला जाता है। इतने केसेस रोज आते हैं जिसमें यंग लोग विक्टिम होते हैं, आइदर ऑफ रिवेंज पॉर्न और सेक्सटिंग। मेरी प्राइवेट इमेज वायरल हो रही है इंटरनेट पे। बल्कि कल ही का एक तेलंगाना का केस में पढ़ रहा था जिसमें 2012 में किसी की प्राइवेट तस्वीरें लीक हुई। उस समय कंप्लेन करी, सब हट गया। अब वो वापस 2019 में दोबारा से वायरल होनी शुरू हो गई। अब उस बेचारी लड़की के बच्चा भी है, उसकी शादी भी हो चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं कि डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स कभी खत्म नहीं होते। तो आज की तारीख में हमें वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल ऑन द इंटरनेट प्लेटफॉर्म। और ये सब जो मैं आपको क्राइम्स बता रहा हूं, इनको टैकल करना, इनको ट्रेस करना, यही सब आज की जरूरत है। वी नीड मोर एंड मोर एक्सपर्टाइज टू फाइट थ्रेट्स like deep fake. We want to fight, and AI can be used very effectively for doing this. We have to protect from obscene content. We have to protect anonymity. जो आज लोग समझते हैं कि मैं एक फेक नंबर बना के किसी को भी VoIP से कॉल कर सकता हूँ या कुछ कर सकता हूँ। हम लोग तो रोज ये काम करते हैं, ट्रेस करते हैं, ट्रैक करते हैं, और इसमें हमारी एक्सपर्टाइज है। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये वो की कंसर्निंग एरियाज हैं जिन पे हमारी जनरेशन जो आज की है उनको इस पे काम करना है और अपने लिए वर्टिकल्स ढूंढने हैं। और इसी से एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट वर्टिकल निकल के आता है, दैट इज साइबर लॉ, अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वर्टिकल ऑफ cyber security, which goes hand in hand. So whether it is data breach, whether it is protecting digital identity, whether it is online reputation, sexting, revenge porn, these are the current threats on which internet is standing right now. And there are 2-3 very important things which you have to work on. One is ransomware, one is cryptocurrency, and dark web. I don't know how many of you are aware of this word. I can't see you, so I can't even know what are your expertise. मेरे पास आपका कोई इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं है, आप में से कितने लोगों को कितनी नॉलेज है, मैं तो बोले जा रहा हूँ बस। बट मुझे जैसा बताया गया था कि इसमें PhD स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं, इसमें मास्टर स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं और कुछ बाहर के स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं। तो मैं ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि आप लोगों को ये सब चीजें जो मैं बता रहा हूँ यू आर फेमिलियर विद। बट लेट मी टेल यू, मैं एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट पे अभी काम कर रहा था। I was appointed by United Nations. United Nations का एक डिपार्टमेंट है UNODC. It is called United Nations Office of Drug and Crime. और इनके साथ मैंने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट पे काम किया, ऑनलाइन साइबर इनेबल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग इन पर्सन। इसके शॉर्ट फॉर्म में बोलते हैं ऑनलाइन ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग। और ये एक बहुत सीरियस ग्रे एरिया बनता जा रहा है। मेरी खुद की मेंटल हेल्थ डिस्टर्ब हो गई जब 2 महीने मैंने इस प्रोजेक्ट पे काम किया। मैंने 6 कंट्रीज की पुलिस को ट्रेन किया था इससे, और उनको ट्रेनिंग करते समय जब मैंने लाइव केसेस देखे कि किस तरह से व्हाट्सएप, किस तरह से इंस्टाग्राम, किस तरह से डेटिंग एप्लीकेशंस, डेटिंग एप्स, पता नहीं आपने नाम सुना है या नहीं, ये एक नई चीज होती है, उसे डेटिंग एप्स कहते हैं। टिंडर है, बम्बल है और डार्क वेब, इसके ऊपर सबसे ज्यादा ऑनलाइन साइबर ट्रैफिकिंग के केसेस आ रहे हैं, जहां मासूम बच्चों को, बच्चियों को या तो मॉडलिंग के नाम पे या जॉब के नाम पे या रिलेशनशिप के नाम पे ट्रैफिक कर दिया जाता है into various, whether it is organ trafficking, it is human trafficking, it is prostitution, it is brothels, it is drugs, everything is happening. So we were working on this project. It's a 2-month project I worked on. I worked with 6 countries. That was Sri Lanka, Bangladesh was there, then it was Bhutan, then it was Nepal, then it was Maldives, and it was India. And then in this 2 months I was working with UN, we realized that this is a very important gray area which needs to be addressed for online safety. So this is where the current internet is heading to, and we need to create a defensive mechanism as well as offensive mechanism to track and trace these kind of people. And as I was mentioning, that another important thing will be critical infrastructure. So whether it is our electric grid or whether it is our oil and gas agencies, whether it is our healthcare industry. So India has proven its mettle in giving us the vaccine, and we have seen very regular attacks on our healthcare industry. So Government India created this body called NCIIPC under NTRO, which is very seriously working on this, and a lot of cyber security young professionals are working with NCIIPC in the SOC, that is Security Operations Center. So you are most welcome to explore these opportunities for good internships with Government of India and our critical infrastructures. So students, this is how the scenario is working. The law is very strict, and we have seen recently new guidelines being issued by MHA for all the service providers like Facebook, Google, and OTT platform. We are expecting the data protection law to be out. We are all desperately waiting for the data protection bill, which is still not out. And once this comes out, I think there will be a lot of changes you will see in terms of data protection by companies. In today, I can show you an email. Let me show you this email on my inbox. I received the email that somebody was selling data. Let me show you that email. It was DIA Global. So this is the height of data right now. So you see this mail I got from Sarah James that she is selling data of DIA Global annual meeting attendee list 2021. She's selling company name, contact name, blah, 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 blah. Total contacts are 6,526. And she's selling it at a cost of $1,389. And she's asking that if you want this data, please revert to me. So, recently my Delhi police has busted a racket of credit card fraud, and in which we found somebody from Mumbai selling data for 3 rupees each. 3 rupees, imagine. And per data was sold for 3 rupees. So I think data protection is going to be one of the most important things in the future, and we are looking forward to it. So I'll just take a small rest here, and I'll invite questions if you have any questions to ask me, and then I can take the discussion forward. So if you want, students, if you have any questions in mind related to crime, investigation, forensics, just shoot it out and I'll try to answer. I can see Chintan also sitting there. Wow, I know Chintan Pathak. Very good. Yes. Any questions? No questions. You should ask questions. Then only I can make it more interactive. I can keep on speaking for hours and hours.
Sir, regarding bank accounts, one thing is password. Frequently we should change, and it should be strong passwords. What other care we can take?
So when it comes to online net banking, the first thing you have to be very careful is that your devices have to be sanitized. You cannot afford devices with pirated software, and you cannot afford devices with fake application. I call it rogue application. So today the first important rule is that all your devices and applications should be updated. जैसे कल ही की बात करो, एंड्रॉइड में क्रैश आया. अब एंड्रॉइड का क्रैश आया तो सबके एंड्रॉइड एप्लीकेशन क्रैश होने लगे. फौरन एंड्रॉइड ने एक अपडेट निकाला, एंड्रॉइड वेब व्यूअर. अब अगर आपने वो अपडेट इंस्टॉल नहीं किया है तो आपका फोन सुरक्षित नहीं है. तो सबसे पहला काम तो हमें ये सीखना है कि हमारे जो डिवाइसेस हैं उनमें कोई पायरेटेड सॉफ्टवेयर ना हो. हमारे डिवाइसेस का जो ओएस है वो अपडेटेड होना चाहिए. ठीक है, हमारे डिवाइसेस में कोई भी नास्टी एप्लीकेशंस नहीं होने चाहिए. ये नास्टी, ये लाइक चाइनीज, ये उल्टे सीधे ऐप, डायरेक्ट एपीकेस कभी इंस्टॉल मत करो, नेवर. ठीक है, और अब कभी भी पब्लिक वाईफाई यूज मत करो, पब्लिक वाईफाई यूज मत करो कभी भी. और जो ओरिजिनल एप्लीकेशन है बैंक का, ओरिजिनल ऐप, उसको ही इंस्टॉल करो. आजकल ये लोग इसे हम लोग कहते हैं स्केयरवेयर, या इसे कहते हैं रोग एप्लीकेशन. उनसे बच के रहो, फेक एप्लीकेशन से बच के रहो. दूसरा, कोई भी आपको बैंक कभी कॉल नहीं करता ओटीपी के लिए. तीसरा, कोई हेल्पलाइन नंबर या कस्टमर केयर नंबर जो है वो गूगल से मत ढूंढो कभी भी. आपको कोई ऑनलाइन प्रॉब्लम हो जाए, आपको कोई भी आपका पैसा गलत कट जाए या आपका सामान डिलीवर ना हो, सो प्लीज डोंट सर्च फॉर द कस्टमर केयर नंबर ऑन गूगल. आप अपना ऑफिशियल ऐप खोलो और उसी के अंदर रिड्रेसल ढूंढो. डोंट गो आउटसाइड. दूसरा, आजकल ये फेक कस्टमर केयर नंबर्स जो हैं ये हमसे ना स्क्रीन शेयरिंग एप्स डाउनलोड करा लेते हैं बेवकूफ बना के, लाइक एनी डेस्क हुआ या क्विक सपोर्ट हुआ, इस तरह के ऐप. या फिर ये एसएमएस फॉरवर्डर्स इंस्टॉल करवा देते हैं आपके फोन पे. तो ये फेक लिंक से बचना जरूरी है. आप लोग चेक करा करो लिंक को. url.ex.org एक बहुत अच्छी वेबसाइट है. अगर कल को कोई तुम्हें शॉर्ट लिंक भेजे, तुम पहले उसको यूआरएल को एक्सपेंड करके देखो कि वो तुम्हें लेके कहां जा रहा है. तो एक तो इनसे बचो, ये कस्टमर केयर फेक नंबर से बचो. और यूपीआई के अंदर आप जब कोड स्कैन करते हो तो याद रखो पेमेंट जाता है, आता नहीं है. तो आजकल ये फ्रॉड भी बहुत हो रहे हैं. तो अपना सिम कार्ड बचा के रखो. और अगर गलती से कुछ हो जाए, कोई भी अनऑथराइज्ड ट्रांजैक्शन हो जाए, तो सबसे पहले अपना बैंक डेबिट फ्रीज कराओ. ये वर्ड यूज करना है आपको बैंक को कॉल करके डेबिट फ्रीज करना है. हम गलती से क्या कहते हैं, कार्ड ब्लॉक कर दो, हमारी नेट बैंकिंग, ये सब नहीं चलेगा. व्हाट विल आई से, डेबिट फ्रीज कर दो. और उनसे एक एसआर नंबर जरूर ले लो. बैंक आरबीआई ये कहता है, आरबीआई इज सेइंग दैट अगर आपने डेबिट फ्रीज कर दिया और पुलिस कंप्लेंट करा दी तो उसके बाद बैंक जिम्मेदार है आपके पैसे का. अगर 1 रुपए का भी नुकसान होगा तो बैंक आपका पैसा वापस करेगा. तो ये पॉइंट्स का ध्यान रखना है. ये इनकी जो मोडस ऑपरेंडीज हैं वो आपको क्लियर होने चाहिए. ये लोग कॉल करेंगे कि साहब आपके डेबिट कार्ड ब्लॉक होने वाला है. ये लोग कॉल करेंगे साहब आपके क्रेडिट कार्ड के पॉइंट्स खत्म हो रहे हैं, उन्हें रिडीम कर लीजिए. ये आपको लोन के लिए करेंगे. अभी आपने पढ़ा होगा हैदराबाद पुलिस ने बहुत बड़ा रैकेट पकड़ा है. ये लोग इंस्टा लोन दे रहे थे और इंस्टा लोन देके लोगों को बड़ा हैरेस किया है. कुछ लोगों ने तो आत्महत्या तक कर ली और उस पर बड़ा हैवी इंटरेस्ट चार्ज किया है इन्होंने. वो पूरा गैंग पकड़ा गया है. तो कहने का मतलब इनसे बचना जरूरी है. अपने एप्लीकेशन कार्ड के पीछे, हमारे जो कार्ड्स के पीछे सीवीवी नंबर है उसको आप छुपा के रखो, उसे हटा दो. और अगर आपके पास वो टैप एंड पे वाले कार्ड्स हैं तो उनसे बच के रहो. आजकल हैकर्स क्या कर रहे हैं मैं आपको दिखा देता हूं. ये जो टैप एंड पे वाले कार्ड्स आते हैं ना, इनको भी नहीं छोड़ते. मैं आपको 2 वीडियो दिखा रहा हूं, ध्यान से देखिएगा. सबसे पहले तो ये लोग ने एटीएम्स को नहीं छोड़ा है. ये लोग क्या करते हैं, एटीएम में जाते हैं और एक ये छोटा सा ना खिलौना चिपका देते हैं इसके एटीएम की मशीन पे. इसे हमारे यहाँ स्किमर कहते हैं. अब चूंकि कोविड का पीरियड है, लोग मास्क लगा के काम करते हैं और सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग है, तो इसका बड़ा फायदा उठा रहे हैं चोर लोग. और फिर ये क्या करते हैं, देखिए कीबोर्ड के ऊपर एक प्लेट चिपका देते हैं. इसमें एक कैमरा फिट होता है, बैटरी फिट होती है और मेमोरी कार्ड होता है और इसमें एक छेद लगा होता है. तो यहां से वो आपका पिन चोरी कर लेते हैं। इस अपराध को क्लोनिंग कहते हैं, क्लोनिंग। तो इससे बचने का तरीका क्या है साहब? मैं अपना कार्ड अपने हाथ से यूज करता हूं, हाथ ढक के पिन डालता हूं। मैं हमेशा अपना कार्ड किसी के हाथ में नहीं देता हूं, ना वो पेट्रोल पंप वाले के हाथ में, ना मैं बैरिस्टा कॉफी वाले के हाथ में। मैं अपना कार्ड खुद यूज करता हूं। अगर मेरे पास ये टैप एंड पे है, इसकी अब लिमिट बढ़ा 5,000 कर दी गई है, तो ये अगर हम लोग नॉर्मल लेदर वॉलेट में रखेंगे तो चोरी हो जाएगा। देखिए कैसे चोरी होता है। ये आदमी आया, इसने मशीन में 5,000 लिखे, ये बेचारा अखबार देख रहा था, मैगजीन की हिप पॉकेट पे टप किया और ये टप करते ही मशीन बोली पैसे मिल गए मुझे। ये देखिए पैसे अप्रूव हो गए। मतलब ये RFID कार्ड्स होते हैं और ये बड़े खतरनाक हैं अगर आप लेदर वॉलेट में रखते हैं। तो उसके लिए हमारे पास क्या तरीका है? हम लोग एंटी RFID रेडियो फ्रीक्वेंसी स्लीव्स ऑनलाइन खरीद लेते हैं। ये देखिए साहब, ये 229 रुपए की मिलेंगे, 5 पैकेट आएंगे। इसमें अपना कार्ड रखो आप। अगर आप अपना टैप एंड पे, और टैप एंड पे कार्ड कौन से होते हैं? जिनके ऊपर ये लोगो लगा होता है वाईफाई वाला, और लोग इस बात का ध्यान नहीं देते हैं और अपने नॉर्मल लेदर वॉलेट में रख के घूमने लगते हैं। ये वाले कार्ड्स को टैप एंड पे कार्ड कहते हैं। देखिए ये जो वाईफाई का लोगो बना है। तो पार्टिसिपेंट, बैंकिंग फ्रॉड्स में क्लोनिंग बहुत खतरनाक है। दूसरा, एक चीज और सीखो, जितने थर्ड पार्टी एप्लीकेशंस हैं उनमें अपना कार्ड डिटेल सेव मत करो। सबसे सेफ तरीका आज पेमेंट का है, वर्चुअल मनी से पेमेंट करता हूं मैं तो हर जगह। वर्चुअल मनी किसे कहते हैं? वॉलेट को। मैंने साहब पेटीएम वॉलेट ले रखा है। उस पेटीएम वॉलेट में मैं जितना बैलेंस डालता हूं उतने से शॉपिंग कर लेता हूं। मैं उससे मोबाइल खरीद लेता हूं, मैं उससे टीवी खरीद लेता हूं, फ्रिज खरीद लेता हूं, सब्जी खरीद लेता हूं, दूध भी खरीद लेता हूं, और वो मुझे सबसे सेफ लगता है। या फिर मैं नेट बैंकिंग अप्लाई करता हूं, क्योंकि नेट बैंकिंग में डबल वेरिफिकेशन के बिना कोई भी मेरा नेट बैंकिंग नहीं चला सकता। कार्ड का यूज मिनिमाइज कर देता हूं मैं, और कभी भी कार्ड को थर्ड पार्टी ऐप पे सेव नहीं करना चाहिए। मैं रोज दूध खरीदने जाता हूं मदर डेयरी से। मदर डेयरी वाला बोला, टंडन साहब आप रोज आते हो, आप अपना वॉलेट मेरे पास छोड़ जाओ, मैं उसमें से अपने आप पैसे निकाल लूंगा, आपको रोज पर्स लाने की जरूरत नहीं है। यही काम आजकल हमसे अमेजॉन और ये फ्लिपकार्ट कहते हैं। अमेजॉन कहता है अच्छी जी आप अपना ICICI का कार्ड मेरे पास सेव कर दीजिए, बार बार आपको कार्ड नंबर डालना पड़ता है, बड़ी दिक्कत होती होगी आपको। मैं अपना वॉलेट किसी दूसरे आदमी को नहीं दूंगा। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये जितने, और आपने अभी अभी लाइव देखा कि डेटा ब्रीच कितना कॉमन हो गया है। बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, जोमेटो, याहू, इनका डेटा ब्रीच हो रहा है। तो भाई अपना कार्ड नंबर जो है वो किसी थर्ड पार्टी को नहीं देना चाहिए। तो ये है साहब नेट बैंकिंग और ऑनलाइन के प्रिकॉशन। शॉपिंग के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा प्रिकॉशन ये है कि भाई पहले रिव्यूज चेक कर लिया करो। आपको सूचना मिली कि एक वेबसाइट है बड़ी अच्छी, जूते पे जूता.com, बड़े सस्ते जूते मिल रहे हैं। तो पहले इनका नाम लिख के इनकी कंप्लेंट्स के बारे में पता कर लीजिए। जैसे ही आपने जूते पे जूता कंप्लेंट लिखा तो आप देखेंगे करोड़ों कस्टमर्स इस पे शिकायत दर्ज कर चुके हैं। इसका मतलब ये वेबसाइट फेक है। तो बिना रिव्यूज चेक करे ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग में बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए और किसी लालच में नहीं आना चाहिए। आई होप आई आंसर्ड योर क्वेश्चन सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
जी सर।
सर डॉक्टर चिंतन पाठक हियर, आई होप यू आर गुड।
हाँ भाई चिंतन जी नमस्कार। मैंने देखा आपको, बहुत नाम सुना है, आप बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
नहीं सर, आपके गाइडेंस से काम हो रहा है। सर ये क्वेश्चन था मेरा कि यूनाइटेड नेशन में जैसे आपने बात किया कि देयर इज अ ऑनलाइन साइबर एनेबल ट्रैफिकिंग इन पर्सन का जो आपने वर्क किया, तो सर खाली उसका मॉडस ऑपरेंडी क्या है, खाली अगर आप थोड़ा उसका बता पाए खाली।
तो देखिए एक केस स्टडी, मैं एक शॉर्ट में केस स्टडी बता रहा हूँ आपको। ये आप लोग सब वाकिफ होंगे हिंदुस्तान के ज्योग्राफिकल स्ट्रक्चर से। हमारे हिंदुस्तान की ज्योग्राफी में कई ऐसे एरियाज हैं, गांव हैं जहाँ पे बहुत गरीबी है और सब लोग के पास आज टीवी और मीडिया है। एक 16 साल की बच्ची से एक लड़का दोस्ती करता है व्हाट्सएप से। वो अपने आप को शहर का लड़का बताता है, उस लड़की से चैटिंग करता है। शुरू में वो लड़की चैट करने को मना करती है, लेकिन वो बार बार करके उसको ऑनलाइन ग्रूमिंग कहते हैं, वो ग्रूमिंग से उसको ट्रैप कर लेता है। ये बच्ची झारखंड के एक विलेज की बच्ची है। उसको वो प्रॉमिस करता है कि वो उसे बहुत अच्छी जॉब दिला सकता है दिल्ली में। ये बच्ची बिना अपने घर पे बताए वहां से गायब हो जाती है। आज पूरे देश में हजारों ऐसे मिसिंग के केस हैं जहां फैमिली कंप्लेंट लिखाने को तैयार नहीं है बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल स्टिग्मा। बेटी का घर है, घर में बड़ी बहन है, उसकी शादी कैसे होगी अगर हमने कह दिया कि लड़की भाग गई या लड़की चली गई। तो ये जो हमारे क्या कहूंगा इसको लूप होल्स है, इसको वो एक्सप्लॉइट करता है। वो 16 साल की बच्ची को व्हाट्सएप के जरिए ग्रूम करता है और उसको प्रॉमिस करता है और उसको नकली विज्ञापन दिखाता है। वो उसको दिल्ली लाता है, पहाड़गंज के पास किसी होटल में रखता है, उसके साथ फिजिकल रिलेशनशिप भी बना लेता है इस पूरे ट्रैवलिंग के दौरान। और वो लड़की सिर्फ ये समझ के कि ये मेरा लवर है, ये मेरे से आगे शादी करेगा और मुझे अच्छी जॉब दिला रहा है, उसके बाद वो उस लड़की को 50,000 रुपए में ब्रॉथल के अंदर बेच देता है। दिस इज अ प्योर एग्जाम्पल ऑफ ऑनलाइन ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग वेयर व्हाट्सएप हैज इनेबल्ड इट। देयर इज अनदर केस, एक लड़की को ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म में मॉडलिंग के लिए काम के लिए ल्योर किया जाता है। बहुत प्यारी बच्ची है, खूबसूरत है, छोटे गांव की है, उसका शौक है फेसबुक पे फोटो डालना, उसको लाइक्स और कमेंट्स आते हैं, बड़ी खुश होती है। एक गंदा आदमी उससे दोस्ती करता है, नकली फोटो दिखा के कि मैं सुभाष घई के साथ खड़ा हूँ, करण जौहर के साथ खड़ा हूँ, मैं तेरे को रोल देना चाहता हूँ। तो उससे कहता है आप अपनी फोटोग्राफ का पोर्टफोलियो मुझे व्हाट्सएप भेजो। फिर वो उस लड़की को ये कहता है कि मुझे चूंकि तुमसे फिल्मों में काम कराना है तो आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आपका जो स्किन है उसका टेक्सचर क्या है और आपकी जो बॉडी है उसकी कर्व्स क्या है, तो आप थोड़ा अनड्रेस होके मुझे फोटोज भेजो। ये लड़की थोड़ी इनिबिशन होता है शुरू में, लेकिन वो उसे कन्विंस कर लेता है, वो उसको वो फोटोग्राफ भेज देता है और उसके बाद वो सेक्सटॉर्शन शुरू कर देता है और इस बच्ची को उन फोटोग्राफ के बिहाफ पे ब्लैकमेल करता है। तो आज डेटिंग साइट्स, जॉब साइट्स, मॉडलिंग साइट्स, ऐसे कई ऑपरेशंस हैं जहां से ये तो एक एंगल हो गया ट्रैफिकिंग का। दूसरा एंगल है जहां पे ये लोग डार्क वेब के ऊपर इनके ग्रुप्स बने हुए हैं, वो मैं अभी पब्लिकली डिस्कस नहीं करूंगा, आपको अलग दिखाऊंगा और बताऊंगा कि वो किस तरह से वहां पे ऑपरेट करते हैं। तो आज की तारीख में ये है कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स चिंतन जी जिसमें दे आर टेक्नोलॉजी इज इनेबलिंग ट्रैफिकिंग। तो पहले देखो ट्रैफिकिंग में एक परपिट्रेटर होता था, एक रिक्रूटर होता था और फिर वो आदमी को आगे बेच देता था। अब ये सारा काम ऑनलाइन हो गया है, वो डेटिंग ऐप, सोशल मीडिया ऐप्स के थ्रू मिलते हैं, ग्रूम करते हैं और फिर उनको एक्सप्लॉइट कर लेते हैं। तो दैट इज हाउ इट हैज बीन प्लेइंग अ रोल।
यस सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और एक चीज सर मैं थोड़ा ऐड खाली इतना करूंगा कि रिसेंटली वी हैव सम ऑफ द केसेस दैट के उसमें ऐसी बच्चियों के यूट्यूब के भी वीडियो बनते हैं और उसके ऊपर भी यूट्यूब के द्वारा भी इनके पास है काफी सारे दे आर अर्निंग लॉट ऑफ मनी इन दैट, कि वो चैनल को वो लोग बना के इसको भी बेचते रहे। ऐसा भी कुछ ध्यान में आया हुआ है?
बिल्कुल आया है और मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा कुछ चैनल्स के जिनको अभी हमारे सीबीआई में आपको बताऊं चिंतन जी एक बहुत अच्छा विंग बना है, ऑनलाइन चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन एंड सेक्सुअल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन विंग। और इन लोगों ने पिछले 4 महीने में बहुत ऐसे रैकेट बस्ट किए हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा हमारी सीबीआई ने एक मुंबई का एक्टर पकड़ा था, लो टाइम एक्टर है, जो इस लॉकडाउन के दौरान इसने बदमाशी शुरू करी थी। वो छोटे मोटे वेब सीरीज और टीवी सीरीज में आता है। मैं आपको दिखाऊं ये केस, बिल्कुल आप जो चीज कह रहे हैं वो चैनल्स बना के ये देखिए। A small time TV actor has been booked by CBI for running an international child sexual abuse material racket. He was based in Mumbai and he has contacted more than 1,000 minors. 1,000 minors. तो स्थिति है और इसीलिए मैं बहुत पैशनेटली काम कर रहा हूँ बच्चों की सुरक्षा को लेके। मैं बहुत ज्यादा इनको मोटिवेट करता हूँ, इनको गाइड करता हूँ कि भाई ये ऑनलाइन अब्यूज से बचें। अमेरिका और यूरोप ने तो इस पे बहुत काम कर लिया है, लेकिन आप सब और हम सब लोगों को मिलके अपने बच्चों को भी यहाँ सुरक्षित। क्योंकि देखिए इस लॉकडाउन में बच्चों का ऑनलाइन रुझान बहुत बढ़ गया। अब सारे स्कूल ऑनलाइन हो गए, बच्चों की एक्टिविटी सारी ऑनलाइन हो गई। तो अब हम लोग तो पहचान लेते हैं क्या सही है क्या गलत है। यहाँ बड़े बड़े आप फ्रॉड देखते हो चिंतन जी, बड़े बड़े लोग फ्रॉड में फंस जाते हैं, लॉटरी के फ्रॉड में फंस गए, फेसबुक के फ्रॉड में फंस गए। तो बच्चे तो बड़े मासूम होते हैं। तो इसलिए इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस स्टेक होल्डर्स टू डू सम एग्रेसिव वर्क फॉर चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन ऑनलाइन।
एब्सोल्युटली सर, एब्सोल्युटली। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
हेलो सर, वन क्वेश्चन।
Hello.
जी
Sir, how to do live forensic wired device?
So live forensics has to be done. You should have a proper kit. See, forensics, we use a lot of tools. We have some live forensic kits which we carry on the site, and we do live forensics for taking out RAM memories and shadow memories. तो अगर कोई क्राइम होता है तो हम एक सर्टिफाइड फोरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेटर को उस किट के साथ लाइव लेके जाते हैं सीन के ऊपर, जहाँ कंप्यूटर खुले हुए हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि रैम के अंदर डेटा होता है, प्रिंटर्स की मेमोरी के अंदर
IoT डिवाइस.
IoT में यही हम IoT में भी करेंगे. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे IoT के अंदर भी कोई ना कोई हार्डवेयर चिप या सॉफ्टवेयर फर्मवेयर की चिप होती है जिसको डेटा प्रोवाइड कर रही है. वो कोई ना कोई प्लेटफॉर्म तो यूज कर ही रहा है. तो हम उसको अपने जो हमारे पास टूल्स है, स्पेशली हमारे पास जो लाइव फोरेंसिक टूल्स है, उसमें हम उसको या तो USB पोर्ट से एक्सेस ले लेते हैं. आपने देखा होगा हर IoT डिवाइस के अंदर USB C टाइप या A या B टाइप का कोई ना कोई एक्सेस पोर्ट होता ही होता है. तो जैसे मेरे पास एलेक्सा है फॉर एग्जांपल, और मेरे एलेक्सा में भी एक USB कनेक्टिंग डिवाइस है और एक ब्लूटूथ कनेक्शन डिवाइस है. या तो हम ब्लूटूथ से डेटा कनेक्ट करते हैं उसका, और या फिर हम उसको USB C टाइप से कनेक्ट करके उसकी जो अंदर फर्मवेयर है उसको एक्सेस करते हैं. और हमने किया भी है. हमने अभी एक केस में ये जो एप्पल की स्मार्ट वॉच होती है उसका पूरा डेटा एक्सट्रैक्ट किया है, और उसमें हमें GPS लॉक्स तक मिल गए थे, क्योंकि ये घड़ी, ये तुम्हारा बीट इन्वेस्टिगेशन. स्प्रिंग बेल्स लिखते हैं कि अगर आप पे यू आर गेटिंग एसएमएस रिगार्डिंग डेबिट और क्रेडिट कार्ड फ्रॉम बैंक जो आपका नहीं है, प्लीज उसको बैंक को इन्फॉर्म करिए रिटर्न में. ये हुआ क्या है हिंदुस्तान में, सुनो बड़ी बदकिस्मती की बात, नंबर खत्म हो गए. तो आप जो नंबर इशू कराते हो वो पता चलता है पहले किसी और भाई साहब का था, और उन भाई साहब ने बैंक को बताया ही नहीं कि मेरा नंबर बदल गया. तो ये बड़ी खतरनाक चीज है, इसका बड़ा मिसयूज भी हो सकता है. तो अगर आपके पास किसी और के अलर्ट्स आ रहे हैं या SMS अलर्ट्स आ रहे हैं, प्लीज आप इसको रिपोर्ट करें. सचिन, मैं यहाँ पे ये कहूंगा, नॉट ओनली इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैनेजमेंट, BA, BCom, B.Ed, एवरी स्ट्रीम रिक्वायर्स साइबर सिक्योरिटी नॉलेज टुडे. हमने अभी रिसेंटली एक कोर्स MBA का शुरू किया है श्री श्री यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ. मेरी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसके साथ मैं काम करता हूँ, साइबर पीस फाउंडेशन. हमने अभी एक मैनेजमेंट कोर्स स्टार्ट किया है, साइबर सिक्योरिटी फॉर मैनेजमेंट. मैं क्यों कह रहा हूं, तुम्हारा तो बहुत ही खतरनाक फील्ड है. इलेक्ट्रिकल बैकग्राउंड में तो सबसे ज्यादा साइबर सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत है. आज हमारे सारे क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स जहां पे आप इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग और इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस और SCADA सिस्टम्स कनेक्ट करते हो, वो अगर आप पे साइबर सिक्योरिटी की नॉलेज नहीं है तो आप सोचो क्या होगा. और अभी आपने देखा वो हुआ भी, हमारी पूरी मुंबई की इलेक्ट्रिक ग्रिड जो है वो 18 घंटे के लिए शटडाउन हो गई थी, क्योंकि चाइना के किसी हैकर ने बदमाशी करी थी. तो आपका जो फील्ड है इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग, उसमें तो सबसे ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में भी, केमिकल में भी, सब जगह मैं चाहता हूं कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग होनी लेवल 1 से. जैसे तुम सबका एक कोर्स होता है इंजीनियरिंग में जो आज तक नहीं बदला, C++ डेटा स्ट्रक्चर. भाई साहब पहले साल में तो पढ़ना ही पढ़ना पड़ता है. मैं चाहता हूं ऐसे ही साइबर सिक्योरिटी पहले साल में सबको पढ़ानी बहुत जरूरी है, भले तुम किसी भी बैकग्राउंड से. फागुनी जी, इफ अ क्राइम टेक्स प्लेस टू कॉन्टैक्ट फर्स्ट. 1 मिनट में ये जवाब दे दूं साहब. इफ अ क्राइम टेक्स प्लेस, हु इज द फर्स्ट पर्सन टू कॉन्टैक्ट? द फर्स्ट पर्सन इज cybercrime.gov.in. आप सबसे पहले अपनी कंप्लेंट दर्ज करिए साइबर क्राइम पोर्टल पे जाके. आपको कहीं जाने की फिजिकली जरूरत नहीं है. आप अपना मोबाइल नंबर, OTP डाल के भारत सरकार की इस वेबसाइट पे अपना क्राइम रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. सारी कैटेगरीज यहाँ दी हुई है, तो यू कैन रिपोर्ट अ क्राइम. जी सर, पूछे. हाँ, कोई सवाल पूछ रहे थे.
Sir, how to secure our device from electromagnetic side channel attack?
So that is something which, if you are going to a vulnerable place, I would request you to carry your device in a Faraday bag. आप एक Faraday bag में ले जाओ अपने डिवाइस.
Sir, how to secure our device from electromagnetic side channel attack?
So that's what I'm saying. If you want to protect your devices from electronic side magnetic attacks, then you have to carry your device in a Faraday bag. आप अपने डिवाइस को एक Faraday बैग में यूज करिए. लेकिन वो ये वाले जो अटैक्स होते हैं, ये बड़े सोफिस्टिकेटेड अटैक्स हैं. ये ऐसे नहीं है कि खुलेआम आपके साथ सड़क पे हो रहे हैं. तो इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक अटैक्स को बचाने का हम तो एक ही तरीका होता है पुलिसिंग में, तो हम तो उसको Faraday बैग के अंदर रख देते हैं. तो ये फेरेडे बैग्स आते हैं, आप ऑनलाइन खरीद सकते हैं अपने पास, और उसमें आप अपने डिवाइस को रख लें तो आपके ऊपर कोई भी इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक अटैक नहीं होगा। ये आप फेरेडे बैग 700 रुपए का मिल जाएगा आपको, ये आप खरीद लीजिए और इसके अंदर अपने डिवाइस को रख लें तो कोई इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक अटैक नहीं होगा आपके ऊपर।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन। सर अब से किसी भी वेबसाइट पर हम विजिट करते हैं तो कुकीज होती हैं और कुकीज को अनेबल और डिसेबल करने का ऑप्शन होता है, और अगर किसी हैकर ने अनेबल पर भी वो ऑप्शन लगा रखा हो और डिसेबल भी वो ऑप्शन हो तो उसको हम कैसे वेरीफाई करते हैं और कैसे बच सकते हैं उससे? मतलब वो तो सिंपल एक है।
देखो भाई ऐसा है, हम बहुत स्मार्ट यूजर हैं, वो कुकी पढ़े ले नहीं पढ़े हम तो वहां तक पहुंचते ही नहीं है। व्हाट आई डू, आई विल आइदर यूज इनकॉग्निटो विंडो इन माय ब्राउजर और आई विल यूज अ टॉर ब्राउजर टू ब्राउज। मैं वो कुकी वाला कंसेप्ट ही नहीं छोड़ता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत बदमाश है ये लोग। अभी मैंने गूगल पे कुछ सर्च किया, इतने बदमाश, मैं आपको दिखाऊं, लाइव देखोगे? ये देखो, मैं दिखाता हूँ, चलो देखो, मैं ये खोल रहा हूँ तुम्हारे सामने, एक मिनट ध्यान से देख। मैं अपना ना सफारी ब्राउजर खोल रहा हूँ, ध्यान से पढ़ना जरा, ये पहली स्क्रीन पढ़ो। प्राइवेसी रिपोर्ट, 7 दिन में 5 ट्रैकर्स मुझे ट्रैक करने की कोशिश करी। अब इसकी डिटेल देखना, 65 ट्रैकर्स ने मुझे प्रोफाइल किया, 56% वेबसाइट पे ट्रैकर था। ये देखो ट्रैकर, 37 ट्रैकर बूम लाइव के ऊपर। हम लोग जो वेबसाइट खोलते हैं ना, यूट्यूब पे 1 ट्रैकर था, पिनिंटरेस्ट पे 1, इंडिया कानून पे 2 ट्रैकर थे, ठीक है, कैम्स ऑनलाइन पे 5 ट्रैकर थे, साइबर सिविक्स पे 4 ट्रैकर थे, भारत सरकार की वेबसाइट पे 3 ट्रैकर थे, पीआईबी पे, डबल क्लिक, गूगल एनालिटिक्स, गूगल मैनेजर। भैया सबके सब बदमाश हैं सब। ये 11 लिंक्डइन, भाई साहब 11 ट्रैकर्स हैं, देखना लिंक्डइन के ऊपर। तो ये ट्रैकर्स जो हैं, ये इतने ट्रैकर्स को इन्होंने ब्लॉक किया। तो मैं ऐसा ब्राउजर यूज करता हूं कि मैं गुंजाइश ही नहीं छोड़ूं कि कोई मेरी कुकी ट्रेस कर ले। तो भाई यू हैव टू बी अ स्मार्ट ब्राउजर। सबसे बढ़िया तरीका है, या तो आप सफारी जैसे ब्राउजर यूज करो या टॉर यूज करो। मैं तो छोड़ो ब्राउजर, ऐसी की तैसी ब्राउजर, मेरा फोन, मैं अपनी मैडम से बात कर रहा था किचन के लिए। कल मैंने कहा मैडम किचन के लिए कुछ सामान लेना है नया, और 10 मिनट बाद भाई साहब मेरे पास सारे किचन से रिलेटेड एड्स आने शुरू हो गए, मेल्स आनी शुरू हो गई, तो किचन में चिमनी आनी शुरू हो गई। बताओ अब। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि द मोबाइल ऐप आई एम यूजिंग इज लिसनिंग टू माई वॉइस ऑल्सो, वॉइस, क्योंकि हमारा माइक खुला हुआ है। अगर आप अभी जाके अपना मोबाइल खोलो, ये देखो अभी आपको मैं खोल के दिखा रहा हूँ मोबाइल, मेरा
also use our voice.
अरे सब बदमाश है, हमारे पास डेटा कानून नहीं है ना, इसीलिए ये सब बदमाशी कर रहे हैं, सब हमारा डेटा चोरी कर रहे हैं। और हम तो हिंदुस्तान, हम लोग तो कहते हैं अरे हमारी प्राइवेसी को कुछ नहीं हो सकता, हम बहुत सुरक्षित हैं, वी आर वेरी सेफ। ये देखिए मैं आपको अपना मोबाइल खोल के दिखा रहा हूँ भाई साहब स्क्रीन पे, ये रहा मेरा मोबाइल, ये रहे मेरे फोन की सेटिंग, गए सेटिंग्स में, ये गए हम परमिशन में, ये गया परमिशन, कहाँ गया परमिशन, ये देखो। अब जाना शुरू करते हैं परमिशन मैनेजर। चलो माइक्रोफोन से शुरू करते हैं। भाई साहब 14 लोग हैं जो मेरा फोन सुन रहे हैं, फेसबुक, कैमरा, ICICI, इंस्टाग्राम, लिंक्डइन, फोन, स्काइप, वेबएक्स, व्हाट्सएप, यूट्यूब, सब मेरा माइक सुन रहे हैं। अमेजोन को मैंने मना कर रखा है, मैंने अमेजोन नहीं सुनेगा, फेसबुक नहीं सुनेगा। तो आप देखो माइक्रोफोन, कैमरा, 20 लोग मेरा कैमरा एक्सेस कर रहे हैं। अब मेरे हाथ में है इन्हें अलाउ करना या डिनाई करना। तो भाई साहब आज की तारीख में जब आप एक मोबाइल ऐप अपने फोन में डाल लेते हो तो जो डेटा प्राइवेसी होती है वो इन सब कंपनियों के हाथ में होती है। यू हैव टू बी अ स्मार्ट यूजर। तो आप जितना एनोनिमिटी के साथ काम करोगे उतना आपके लिए सेफ है। Prince Sharma, I will not comment on this. Let the report come. But as per the report of a very popular company, Recorded Future, आप ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ लेना। उनका ये कहना है कि हमारी ग्रिड पे अटैक किया गया था चाइनीज हैकर द्वारा, और हमारी इस बात को फरवरी के अंदर सर्टिन ने एक एडवाइजरी जारी करी थी जिसमें ये बताया था कि ये चाइना से कुछ अटैक्स हो रहे हैं। तो मैं ऑफिशियली इस पे कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं देना चाहता कॉन्ट्रोडिक्टरी, बट लेट द कंपनी कम आउट एंड से कि क्या हुआ था। बट हाँ, मेरा हमेशा मानना है कि वी हैव टू बी वेरी प्रोएक्टिव नाउ. हमारे को अपनी एक्सपर्टाइज बढ़ानी पड़ेगी. आप जैसे लोगों को अच्छे से ट्रेन करना होगा सो दैट कि आप लोग जब आओ फील्ड में तो आप लोग हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उनकी रक्षा कर सको. So I think with this, I'll say thank you to the professors for inviting me for the session. And I hope I have added some value to this session. And all the participants, thank you for joining in. I am publicly available on all social media handles. आप मुझे कहीं भी follow कर सकते हो. और प्रिंस पूछ रहे हैं हाउ कैन वी प्रिवेंट गूगल फ्रॉम एक्सेसिंग. आप माइक बंद कर दो. लॉग आउट गूगल तो नहीं कर पाएगा. लॉग आउट गूगल बड़ा बदमाश है. अगर आप गूगल पे सब लोकेशन बंद भी कर देते हो तो भी वो आपको ट्रैक करता है. तो ये बदमाशी है. तो उसका एक ही सोल्यूशन है कि एंड्रॉइड फोन चलाना बंद कर दीजिए. आप एक 300 रुपए का छोटा सा फोन आता है सिम्बियन, उसको जेब में डाल लीजिए. आप सुरक्षित रहेंगे. वरना गूगल से तो अब नहीं बच सकते आप. तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. एंड thank you so much for inviting me. I'm sharing my contact details in case you guys need to get in touch with me for internships or any training programs. I can just give you my contact details so that you can connect with me. And it's very simple. You can connect with me on rakshitkandan.com. And these are my 3 companies: Hackershala, Hacking Brawl, and CourseNet. All my handles are verified. You can follow me on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter और Instagram. और मैंने ना छोटे छोटे वीडियोस बना रखे हैं. अपने घरों में जरूर दिखाइएगा मम्मी को, पापा को, घर वालों को. जो लोग के भी हाथ में स्मार्टफोन है उनसे कहिएगा वो मेरे वीडियोस जरूर देखें. और छोटे छोटे वीडियोस हैं और उसमें मैं सिखाता हूँ कि जो प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही हैं, हाउ डू यू हैंडल दोज प्रॉब्लम्स. सो विद दिस, थैंक यू सो मच ऑल ऑफ यू. एंड थैंक यू. I have not shared my screen. Oh, sorry. So let me share my screen so that you can see the contact details. So this was the details I was trying to share. So with this, I say thank you to all of you. And thank you, Professor Saab, for inviting me. And any more questions, if I can answer, please. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Any question from participant side? Okay. So, on the behalf of Department of Computer Science, I would like to thank Sri Rakshit Tandon ji for his expert talk on cyber security and forensics. Rakshit has covered many things like ransomware, two-way authentication factor, which is required in our life nowadays, right? And cyber reliances and dark web, right? So we need to take care that things in our daily life. And also suggested why cyber security is required nowadays. So I would like to thank you again, sir, for making this event success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So nice of you for being part of this program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, participant, then next session will start from 2:30. So please join before 2:30, right? Okay, thank you.
हेलो। हाँ हाँ हाँ, बोलो कौन बोल रहा है? हाँ
Participants, just we are going to start in 2 minutes. Na? Just wait 2-3 minutes. Expert is joining. Hello, Murthy sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Shall I start my thing?
Yes, sir. Just I'm just just introducing you. Then you can start, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the speaker of this session, Sri CHAS Murthy, who is going to talk about the practical approach to cyber security and forensic. Presently, Sri CHAS Murthy is an associate director of Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, Hyderabad. Sri CHAS Murthy is also a coordinator of Information Security Education and Awareness ISEA project under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, New Delhi. Now, on the behalf of the Department of Computer Science, I request to Sri CHAS Murthy sir, please join us for a session. Welcome, sir.
So, very good afternoon. and thank you for giving an opportunity to meet you all for NIT Jalandhar. So, as part of information security education and awareness and other programs like NIT Jalandhar is one of the key institutes which implementing in cybersecurity, information security activities with respect to both capacity and capability building activities at the national levels. And today we majorly discuss about that a kind of a cybersecurity framework for teaming exercise. And of course, we also look about some tools with respect to the forensic and how they will be useful for in your research. Even though if you are thinking of a kind of products towards in developing the cybersecurity, definitely this may be help, I hope. So without going for anything delay, so we try to understand the teaming exercise. See, when you are thinking about the practical approach means it's like when generally we look about that how to do a kind of in a lab for understanding. Let's say taking example of your understanding about the packets, how they travel in the across network. When you thinking of this, that definitely what exactly you look into that, how to collect the packets, and after the collecting the packets, when you're looking about the security in particularly, how do you do that? So they are all kind of an individual based labs in generally you learn. But when we are talking the cyber range teams, see, for initial learning, these individual exercises helps a lot. But when you are going for implementing and real-time exercises, that may not be help. For understanding concepts, definitely I would agree with you that basically it would be definitely step by step, lab by lab, learning is always good. But when an environment comes and when you wanted to identify some kind of vulnerabilities or you wanted to test an application with respect to security, so you need a kind of an environment and system where you wanted to real-time implement it. So that is where the cyber range teams are very much important. Today we will discuss about that, how to build them and how they will generally do, what is the behind the scenes of cyber range teams and all. See, when it is coming to the open source tools, as you are maybe a faculty member or you may be a student, and getting a kind of in a commercial based applications and is very costly affair. So taking any particular tool of any kind of cybersecurity, even the minimum 1 or 2 license based on the IP addresses, minimum you have to invest some lakhs of rupees, minimum 1 lakh rupees. Anytime you tool you take it. And it's not like that one tool is sufficient for your activities. You require multiple tools, multiple investment. It's not possible for at this level. Even the organizations are not able to bearable this such kind of tools and technologies those days until they have a great business and the importance of the criticality in their organization. They are also not investing much. But as a student and as a faculty, if you wanted to explain these things, it would be very difficult with commercial tools. So that's why we need to depend on open source tools and some kind of resources with respect to those tools is always required. Am I right? So that is where we look about that some of the tools how, because if you go back, whatever the commercial tool today, one tool name it as in a buff suit with web application security. Once upon 5 to 6 years back, the buff suit is an open source tool. Nessus, you today is a commercial, but once upon 3 years back, for 5 years back, Nessus tool for 10 years, more than 10 years, I started using it from the 2003 or 4 onwards. It is an open source tool. Metasploit, now it becoming as a Rapid 7. Metasploit we started to use from the 2004-5. So all these tools once in an open source. So come, learn these open tools, and once if you get an expertise, build these open source tools and try to add your intelligence, threat intelligence, or your just in developing the tools and technologies or indigenous tools could help you to grow by yourself as in a business entity. So that is where we look into that understanding of the security tools. So this is very much important to have these open source tools and what are the limitations and all. If you go through that, definitely there could be a plan. So now what is the cyber range? Cyber range is in a full stack automated lab. That means it's like in a data center kind of in a support for auditing entire your IT infrastructure. And you should replicate entire for an organization within a small space like in a cloud environment. Let's say if you are using routers, if you are using firewalls, if you are using applications, all these could be implemented in a small cloud environment as together. And based on the importance of that particular infrastructure, you could have tried your best to test those applications, those routers, those infrastructures. So bringing them into a virtual environment and test them in real time so that you can understand what kind of vulnerabilities, what kind of gap areas are available within the integrated system rather than individual applications or individual labs you are learning. So it may be the actual network hardware equipment, but you convert it into a virtual environment, virtual hardware as required for that organization. They can range from single standalone ranges, like in a single hosting in a web server. In some small organizations, you may be hosting in a single website. Some mid-range organizations, maybe they are hosting applications, they are hosting application servers, database servers, a little bit, but within a small environment. The enterprises hosting in a different kind of infrastructures. They may be having a lot of web services. They have content management system. They have CDN kind of network, content development network. Such kind of things are maybe available. Maybe other services, subdomains, number of domain websites, maybe they are there. So you need to all these things bring into the one small environment to test their capacity is one of the idea of cyber range. And all these things can be implemented at your place. And if you have some kind of knowledge in the cyber security open source tools, that's what after this lecture, maybe we can understand these cyber security open source tools and how do you build your own cyber ranges and cyber labs is one of the ultimate goal for me. So organizations to internet replicating ranges that are accessible from around the world. Suppose if you are implementing these things in the cloud environment, so that cloud could be given as to the public, so that even the public also you can give it to them, test it, and find out the vulnerabilities and understand of the vulnerabilities or capture the flag kind of things before you go to the public. Before you are hosting your application, you could have tried all the ways of all the expertise to crack some by themselves without any your data information. So that when you do for your organization purpose, why can't we do the same setup in the educational institute or for training purposes? So who are the stakeholders? Everybody is stakeholders. So when you establish an environment and you created a similar kind of environment within no similar cost or same budget, this is very difficult. When you are hosting a web server, it is a kind of budget. Same thing you wanted to host for the other purpose or training purpose is not at all right. So within the small infrastructures, so an environment approach or step-by-step approach or a part-by approach, you can evolve a kind of create in a cyber range and train all your employees. Train all kinds of employees on your system, because when you attend a cyber security training as an expert, you may be learning what exactly you required for role. But cyber security is not such kind of subject. When you are trying to implement in a cyber security in an organization, it's everybody's responsibility. Every role is important to implement the cyber security, including HR, including your finance person, including your management, along with your technical capabilities, technical persons. That's what all should involve your environment. That is where cyber range trainings helps by building similar kind of environment where different users of organization could be trained on over that particular environment cyber range. So it is a training purpose, it would be useful. Testing before hosting anything, testing your configurations, it would be there. And you can see that load, simulating that similar system and loading for security, such things, DevOps approach, even though sometimes you can work on your proof of concepts. So all you think that this is only for the training and an interfaces organization, it's not like that. So when you do some research, you wanted to build in a POCs, definitely these POCs would help you in doing all these things. So anything you are writing a paper, you need some kind of results. Rather than taking these results in somewhere, you are taking a sample of such applications and testing, and you are collecting the data based on POCs. Like in a sample out of the population, your organization is a population of devices, number of devices, but these population devices could be considered as part of the devices as a sample network and test, find out the results, result 1, result 2, result 3 of different nature of the subsets, then apply for your superset, maybe. So this could be even your data sciences, it is useful, your machine learning algorithm, it is useful. So wherever the data is there, the security is there, your learning analytics are there. So all this can be supported by these cyber ranges. And of course, if you are part of management, definitely you are a management faculty. So you more on management kind of activities like in compliances, governance, this also can be tested. That is where this cyber range implementation for cyber security is very important. If you are traditionally learning, there's no worries. But if you are running through these cyber ranges, you will understand the overall view of the picture of a particular organization, which we simulated in the cyber range. So what are the teaming exercises? Cyber range is nothing but also, say at a time, there are different kinds of people who would be there. There is system administration team and networking team, management team, and even though there are outsiders who can be acting as hackers. So there are teams. So you consider the main objective of teaming exercise, if debugging is the process of removing the bugs, then programming is the purpose of putting bugs into the application. Am I right? So when debugging uses of generally that to identifying the bugs and removing the bugs, the program while you are doing, this is majorly, we look into that output. In the output, sometimes we create our own bugs in the application. Only the testing proves that the presence of bugs, not the absence of them. So as a security engineer, security developer, security manager, you need to identify the presence of the bugs, but not the absence of them. That is where testing. But when it is coming to the cyber range, you should do all these things. So you may be a developer, you may be a programmer, you may be something else in the organization. You should get a training at a time. Cyber range is one of the other way use that you are able to train all kinds of different stakeholders of your system, whether it is a fume, and whether it's a manager, whether it's something else in your organization. So before teaming exercise, so there is most of you people already know that cyber threats are everywhere. Cyber, when you are moving and walking, there is a threat on road, main road. It could be possibility an accident because when you are walking on road. Because of that, it is not that you are walking on a main road or in between the road. Even though sometimes when you are walking in the prescribed pavement, so that you don't know, somebody doesn't have a control and that vehicle can come on pavement. So that is where threats are everywhere. But when you are using your device, whether it could be a mobile, whether it could be a PC, whether it could be anything else, when you are using IT, ICT device, the threats is possible everywhere. So that is where the cyber threat is everywhere. So, and the growing numbers are staggering. See, because 10 years back, you don't have a mobile, maybe. You are very much youngsters at the time. Even the 20 years, even if you are, when I joined in CDAC, it's after 7 years after joining CDAC, I didn't get a mobile myself. I didn't able to buy mobile self. But nowadays, the people are using 2 or mobiles, 3 or 3 more than 2 or more than IT ICT device 2 more than. It may be a mobile, it may be some kind of a watch, it can be a ring. Every device is becoming as an IoT device and becoming as a part of IT ICT infrastructure. When you are in IT ICT infrastructure, security is must. Every domain is moving towards ICT, so every domain is requirement of the cyber security. It's not like that only IT ICT people have to take care of. Agriculture is moving IT IoT. There is the implementation of the IoT devices in agriculture. So that devices is also having as many as threats. So that's what data breaches to individual IT, from enterprises to individual IT thefts. And there are a lot of system outages because of the various vulnerabilities in critical infrastructures. Now, what will be done? See, anybody is having any question here? Pardon me? Shall I continue?
No. Yes, sir.
So what's to be done? See, as a being a part of either IT engineer or as part of the department of computer science or IT department or any department, when cybersecurity comes, we should learn the practical approach of education. Of course, educational institutes are already very good at their basics and fundamentals of the all kinds of subjects. But if you be part of the practical oriented trainings also, so definitely it would help more industry oriented engineer. I am talking about that those who vote. See, the people more, 90% people will go towards the industry. Only the 10% people will opt research. It doesn't mean that whether cyber range is good for the particular research or not. We can't say no, because research is also required a lot of experiments. The experiments you cannot do separately one by one. So when you are doing the experiments together and building in our cyber range where that environment we want to test, it helps better than when you collecting the data, implementing this things was your research kind of components one by one. If you are integrating into one common system environment, you could have a better results. That's what it's not like that. It is only limit to only for the industry oriented careers only you require cyber range exercise. It's required to everybody, because practice makes things perfect. That is what the first skill of everybody. As much as you practice the fundamentals, the respective basics of the concepts would be understanding once you experiencing the output as real time. So that is where this cyber security is. So you would have asked me, what is the difference between a cyber exercise and simulation? A cyber exercise, just the incident response of an organization. Cyber exercise in generally exercise when you are taking as a learning and the negative impact on their business. That's what they always focus on, what the business is required. Now, when you are coming to the academic point of view, so your research is very important. Your focus should be on research after learning the fundamentals as part of education. So there, for getting the proper results, you need cyber range again. And it can be considered as a penetration test for people and process. Yes, if you are integrated into a kind of environment which is like similar to live environment or industry environment, so you also understand with your application, whatever you developed, whatever you are doing a research, how it could be impact on people who uses. that is where the process, whether it is following or not, that can be tested very nicely in cyber ranges. Cyber exercises do essentially the same issue finding as a penetration test. So it is identifying the problems by number of penetrating tests is always would be useful for your research component also. Am I right? We'll test number of times to see the results of a particular activity or research in the same way that simulated environment through cyber security way, they will test continuously to get a proper result. So a proper result is nothing but a secure system. Except they aim to find issues in how people work and not in the technology they use. So that is where you need to understand. But when you are comparing with the simulation, a cyber attack simulation exposes both known and unknown vulnerabilities by teams. When you simulated a particular thing and this simulated one could expose the known members or unknown members, or known vulnerabilities or unknown vulnerabilities. If the two different teams are maintaining them, so that automatically their vulnerabilities, unknown vulnerabilities and known vulnerabilities could be identified. And because of this is your simulation, both attackers you may be recruiting for finding out, or you may be giving to third party. So you will know before implementing itself what kind of possible attacks. That cyber consultants acting like a cyber criminal in this scenario, they will be doing everything, but they were supporting our organization. When they within the organization, they're supporting organization, they never become as a cyber criminals. They will always become as a cyber consultants and putting their defenses in a real life threat scenario. So that is what major difference between this one. Then second one, tabletop exercise. So this is basically you require some kind of designing methodology to prepare this powerful tabletop exercise TTX. Why? Because even though you are simulating an environment for your research or for your any organization where doing a lot of critical infrastructure management, until you understand, it's generally we say in security, first of all, you understand yourself as an individual user. That means know about yourself. Knowing about yourself is nothing but what? Knowing your gap areas, knowing your vulnerabilities. Suppose you think that I can't do something, then even though you tried number of times, you are failed in that particular activity. So that could be a vulnerability. See, everybody can't do everything, no. So as a human beings, we can do only few things. Once you understand that what you can't do thing, either you won't touch that kind of activities, or either you don't want to involve in that activities, simply avoid those activities. That is where you look into about that. So otherwise, if you are getting into that, so you would be the least performer, or you are not the performer of that activity. So what happens generally, that is where you look into that, your vulnerabilities, so that you understand what are your gap areas, so that you can think about that, how to cover them. The second point, you need to understand technology. Know yourself, know technology, and know your enemy. If these three things, if you are doing, then definitely you can implement in a good security, because you can't implement 100% security. Am I right? So that is where tabletop exercises, once you understand a system, tabletop exercise designing is very important. It is a kind of a preparedness activity. So taking into the participants or you yourself to understand the entire process of dealing with the simulated environment, and do all tests, practices, practical approaches, and understand the results, so that you can better secure them. So that's what, when you divide into three parts, design, engage, and learning is the main objective of this tabletop exercises. So once you starting a design, you need to clarify yourself what kind of objectives of this TTX is required and what kind of outcomes you are expecting. Then choose right participants. That means when you have an environment, like you may be having a purchase team members, HR members, then management team, administration team, who would be the right target to find out the vulnerabilities of them? Because when you are targeting a technical member knows all these things. So what is the way of getting into an organization? Those who doesn't have much technical aspects. So where that is the one of the vulnerability you identify, through them you have to get into avoid the technical members. So that is where your design and should be an interactive mode. Then once you design initial design happen, then you need to engage them to coordinate each them, because when you are giving an exercise, there are attackers would be there are defenders would be there are management people are there are consultant people would be there. All four kinds of people would be understanding your table type exercise. Your table top exercise should be adopted by all these three different members. That means exercise should be developed in such a way that the four people can do at a time. That is one major thing for the cyber range trainings or cyber range implementation or cyber range research purposes. Then only you can learn those things, this one. Now coming to the, if you have any questions by this time, anybody is chatting? So because I'm not able to see any chat. So now look about that, what is exactly the basically, if you are looking into that, an InfoSec wheel. See, this is where we required the different teams, what I'm saying that. See, when you are looking about basically in an organization simulation, you may be having a teams like administration, management team, technical team, non-technical team. Maybe in the technical team itself, some people will be like internal auditors, internal attackers, or outside attackers, outside consultants. So many variety of people would be there in the organization. But however, we cannot mention each and every department in this, so that there is a coloring wheel we mentioned. That coloring wheel is itself, we mentioned with some names in such a way that these teams would work on a particular activity. So the first team is red team. The red team is what? So the red team is basically a kind of hackers, attackers. So they are generally used as offensive security. That means nothing but they offensively try each and every solution which you implemented as an organization. Their main job is that to crack them, to hack them. That is where that. How do you establish a team? See, it is very difficult to engage such kind of, as I am talking as part of organization. But when it is coming to the academic or research oriented, that definitely in a class of 60 students, somebody thinks differently. Thought process is always look the thought process of hackers and crackers, red team. So in general in organization, what we recruited, we identify the various hackers and we make them as a consultant for 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, where that particular exercise is going on. So that is where we implement, we engage them, and they can do anything. They can crack, they can hack, they can delete any file. That is where red team works. The blue team is a defensive security, the defenders, those who builds this system, those who protects the system. So there is maybe a system administration team and a network security team could be as a blue team. The combination, see, some people are required, they are part of this, or they are also, they are part of blue team, but they also thinks about that how hackers do. And similarly, the red team also, they knows all the offensive technology, because they know how they are hacking, so that how should be a system should be protected. They also know that. So if somebody is having a knowledge of offensive and defensive, we consider them as a purple team. So green team is enhanced security automation, more a continuous analytics and designing for the analytics and automation, that is called green team. And software coders and architects, all developers, development coders, builders who actually build the software solutions, we generally called as an yellow team in this. And the orange team, they facilitate interaction and education. They are the trainers kind of people, the faculty kind of people, that they will support all the activities of this entire cyber range and the teams. I hope you understand what is exactly InfoSec wheel. So if in detail, if you go to that, the red team basically is the more on offensive security. Offensive security exercises, this means they always try to hack. Offensively, they try to identify the gap areas. When it is coming to the ethical hacking, so when you are saying hacking is a word, is generally, if you look into that general meaning of hacking, hacker in particular, hacker is a kind of the guy who shows more, what you can say that, no, he always looks about that the best out of them, and more enthusiastic a programmer to build anything. So that's what, while he is looking up at any application, he identifies where the problem, and he looks always how this application would be useful in next 10 years, and also thinks about that who uses, who can access, and who can do all harm to this system. That is why his think process. In any organization, one guy would be there, he always point out. Most people, we trust that this guy always points out something else. But those guys are very good for the organization. Until somebody who continuously guides us, tells about the rules and regulations, so that we never get into a foul play. So that is where they helps us. Maybe the way they will guide us is maybe a different, which you don't like it, because he always says no first. But why he is saying no? If you understand, you know that impact of that. So ethical, there is no such thing ethical nowadays. Anything hacking, because hacking, the term is the coined term by industry in such a way that it is a bad word, but hackers are very good for the organization if they are part of organization internally and test their applications. And exploiting the vulnerabilities. It is very easy to identify the vulnerabilities of an application, but proving the proof of concept that it can happen, and because you need to understand here one point, the vulnerability, exploit, payload, these three are very much having a relation, and the three are together is required for an attack. Why? Because there is a machine is there. That machine is some Windows operating system. I know that there is a vulnerability, and if I use that vulnerability, I can get a 100 core data worth data or information I can hack easily. But when they are using this Windows 7, you know that, and Windows 7 is having at present this vulnerability, you know that. It's a common place, common CVE, common vulnerability, CVE database, you know that it is no patch is available also. Like it is a 0-day vulnerability. But knowing that, you need to connect, there should be a connection between you and that system. Am I right? Even though you are connected, but how to utilize this vulnerability to get that 100 crore data information? So you need for every vulnerability an exploit. Am I right? You have exploit also, you have vulnerability also. There is a connection also, but you don't know how to forward this vulnerable exploit to sit on this vulnerable machine and get the data. For that you require a payload. Am I right? Until you don't have a payload, you cannot transfer this exploit. You have to reach moon. You have to send some rocket, but rocket ko payload is required to move this from Earth to the moon. Am I right? Same thing. So there is a vulnerability and you have a exploit, you require a payload to transfer this exploit in the remote system and execute in that remote system and get the data. So payload, exploit, vulnerability are very much required to access any remote system or to hack the system. So vulnerabilities, exploiting vulnerabilities is very much one of the important concept of red team. So penetration tests, you continuously penetrate, practice these tests. So now you understand the practicing of a lab with respect to penetration testing, like identifying the ports, all are individual exercise. But when it is coming to the cyber exercise, it is a kind of the environment you required, practicing of these labs with respect to an overview of the entire system rather than doing on one particular system. And of course, the technology is not insufficient and maybe a lot of information may not be there when you are trying to get information from remote mission, and you require some kind of a social engineering attacks and some tools like web scan, network scan, such things also required. And there may be exploiting tools, attacking tools are required for red team. When it is coming to blue team, there are more defensive security. If you want to control access to a information from as being you being as a user of that organization, if they don't want to access all files in the organization, only limited to some server, so that kind of access controls they should implement it as a blue team. There should be things they have to develop for the defensive security. Anybody cannot access anything. And if anything happens, something like a hack happens, hacking activities going on your server, your system, your organization, there is a kind of a process damage control is required. So immediately that respect to incident, they have to a kind of mechanism you need to do that incident response. Suppose somebody is hacked your website, so you need to identify how they hack it so that it won't be repeated again. So that kind of mechanism, incident response, we need to implement it. And of course, operational security, that operational activities like email service, PIM, personal identity management service, all would be there. And if somebody is trying to penetrate your data, you should have also behind them why they are doing, like in a threat hunter business. Of course, if an incident happens or incident has happened and somebody is trying to collecting the data, where the time you monitored and caught and you stopped that services, but however, you need to identify them, how that kind of job the attacker was done on your organization. So that is where forensics is required. So blue team is a guy as a positive guy. We can't say positive guy. It's the guy who takes care of entire your security team. A red team is also your guy where he identify all the vulnerabilities, loophole in your system what you are designed. So what is that exactly this team assessment? Is maybe it's again wheel, the information testing the information environment. That means when you are designing a labs for students, the students you are not giving now at a time one exercise after another. You can't do that. You are giving everything and let do every test and identifying the environment and attack and upload a file. Such kind of environment you are giving as in a real-time exercise. So that you can test your team's incident response capabilities and you test what kind of security controls which we have implemented and your organization's ability to protect your critical assets in real world attack and understand about the impact of security breach, assessing your internal employees awareness. That is also important. Then if you look into if your organization, say even the one member is weak, as I discussed, when you test it's everybody's responsibility of in a cyber security. Even the one member is weak, so that itself is enough for to share or your data breach can happen. That is where you need to give a kind of an assessing each and every human being who are part of your organization. Technology, process, people. We say that PPT model, people, processes and technology. So people also should be, see, technology you implemented, process you are implementing, but a people, one member is very weak in keeping their passwords and he is maintaining a critical server. What happens? It's basically that itself enough to access your password. If he is keeping a password Murthy at 123 as a user Murthy, even though he is talking about a lot in security, this itself is in a bigger weakness and vulnerability. So like that, you have to test all kinds of environment, technology, processes, and also people, each individual people. You need to test by sending in a spoofed email, how many you are clicking in your organization. So what kind of benefits of team exercise are there? So quantifying the risk factors, identify vulnerabilities and differentiate between high risk and low risk factors that can lead to breach and mitigate them according to the priority. So you need to identify the methodologies to assess your risk assessment. Again, further it can be divided into risk avoidance, risk acceptance, risk mitigation. These are the three things that are very much important. For doing these three things, you have to quantify the risk factors. And before going there, before hosting the public, because you are thoroughly testing through cyber range of exercises so that you can update your security posture. And also you can test if somebody trying to attack your organization, by the time you understood that what kind of vulnerabilities you are there, so you can be prepared very well and can take very easily even if you are somebody is trying, because you might have your own defensive mechanisms for such attacks. And of course, it is always useful for identifying your vulnerabilities, gap areas that can expose your data for potential attackers. And also, you can implement something, how hackers will try to get into your system, how they will be using a combined different mechanisms within available resources, how they can access these things. Because when you are testing and you are able to get into or crack into your own system, you will understand how outsider or sophisticated attackers will do those things. So it can be always test your efficiency while doing these exercises. So what is that approach team assessment when you are being? So whether it is a part of, could be active attacks and physical attacks. Active attacks is basically continuously scanning of your system and live. How they can use so many ways, the scanning techniques, maybe one of the two things which we'll look into that, how to do that. So network vulnerability assessment and PT, penetration testing, web application and mobile PT, kind of directly on your website also can be considered as an active. Otherwise, if they are hidden mode and collecting the packets, because they may be collecting the packets, but they are not analyzing the packets. That's what we can say that passive or physical attacks, passive attacks. So, like social engineering, somebody is finding in your information, what you are, what is your mobile number through your website. Actually, you doesn't know that somebody is collecting your information. Am I right? Somebody is taking your mobile number. You don't know how you talk it, but somewhere your mobile number is published in your website, your college website, your organization website. So social through engineering is collecting by visiting your website. By collecting your mobile, your email ID, your mobile number, you may send a phishing email in such a way that you will click it, because by the time they are understanding about your behavior, your interest, your way of working, so that what you are looking for. See, generally Google always behind us. Google understand us then better than anybody in this world. Till we die, the Google behind us. And you cannot avoid, when you want to part of internet, you cannot avoid Google. You have to share your information. Either knowingly or unknowingly, you have to share the information. Based on the information, passive collecting the information, and they are estimating your behavior. The phishing, sniffing, wishing, spear phishing, pretexting is one of the kind of techniques for collecting the data passively. So attacks can be majorly 3 types: passive, active, and physical. Physical, so directly I can physically scan of all modems where that modem is connected to internet. Rogue access points, I'll keep on part of your organization in a rogue access point where it continuously collect your data. Or physically I'm leaving a USB device intentionally on your table where you will look for the whose that particular USB belongs to. So definitely you will try to, for checking of that itself, you will keep that USB at your system. Once you kept that USB drive in your system, what happens? So that malware will be getting to your thing, the bot getting into your system. Even though after you identified a guest who left here even though you are giving back to him, but he already kept a kind of file as his bot in your system to monitor you. So such kind of physical attacks also can happen along with active and passive based attacks. So penetration testing, and you may ask a question that what is the main difference between penetration testing and red teaming? The penetration testing is that basically time box for testing is brief. And red teaming, it's kind of an extend. So as a penetration tester, I'll try and find out and I'll submit to report. But red teaming, for every change you do, red teaming identifying those changes continuously from outside and can be extended. So based on the extending of these your changes, the red team also extending. You change a configuration file to protect, I also check that. You change the application enabled SSL, I'll also look into that, what other kind of vulnerabilities exist in that. The testers use commercial penetration test tools, but red team is not time bound, not money bound. They are also part of our exercise team, so they most may be using creatively and kind of an hands-on training, or like in a scriptees exercises they might have already done, they've written their own scripts rather than depending on commercial tools. The employees are aware that testing is taking place because penetration testing, possibly you might have engaged a third-party agency to test so that you will know that. But here, employees are usually not aware that testing is taking place. So that is where required. If you know that testing is there from so and so next week, Monday, you will try to look about what kind of problems are there in the last 2 days, before the last testing, before the 2 days. So that you say that you are taking care of your cybersecurity properly. But that's not right. So that's what red teaming is always helpful, to continuously scan your system, scan your web application, scan and give an output. So that you can see that poster of that particular application on so date, 3 months back, 2 months back, 1 month back, and today, next month, next 2 months, next quarter. And in the penetration testing, they only suggest you to do and maybe giving an approval to do a particular IP or domain name, so that they were much predefined. But red teaming, it's not like that. It can check their dependencies and everything. If the test targets are fluid and across multiple domains. and systems are tested independently in penetration testing. Maybe the red teaming is more simultaneously to identify, to get into your system, not only the directly and indirectly by using any other means of your system. Now, after understanding the red team and blue team, there is a yellow team, basically, which we discussed about, that these are the people who develop your software, your IT environment. There could be a software builders, application developers, software engineers, software architects, whoever the part of in the designing and development and building or capacity building and including developing the IT ICT component. So all will come as part of yellow team. So their focus is only on requirements, usually on requirements. If you go and ask developer, you tell me what to do. So there is a specific requirements, then only will start. Some are exceptional, I won't comment on them, but most of them, what exactly the client is required, that only they will think, that only they will see, that only they deliver it. So whether it is compliant with security, compliant with some standard, compliant with some security standard, all these things, they don't mind, because you ask, you are given an input, output must be like this. So he will work for that. He is not required any kind of security. He is no way interested in security, because he always shows his importance that developing and delivering of that what exactly the client is required. Am I right? So that is why yellow team is required, because when sometime your red team is attacked, blue team doesn't have choice, they have to depend on application development team to cover that. If it is a products and solutions, there could be some patches would be there. But then if you are developed an application and the application definitely is only should develop what exactly output is expecting. The security is not the criteria at that time. But instead of system design, SDLC cycle, that cycle, if you are making from the development to cyber security development cycle, then definitely that product could be the better than any other product which doesn't have. So what is the theory and or reality? Yellow team builds it because they are designers, they are builders, their software, but red team breaks it by identifying something problem, some fishy in that developer team. But blue team defends it. When you wanted to fully depend, yellow team should fix it. So yellow team fix it. It's like the process of circular process. And it should be a continuous process to protect your critical infrastructure and web services. So yellow builds it, red breaks it, blue complains about it, and yellow ignores it. Then management hides it. This is what happening at this moment. Theory is yellow team builds it, red breaks it, blue defends it, yellow fixes it. That is what theory we learn. But what is happening in the industry? Yellow builds it, red breaks it, blue complains about it, yellow ignores it, management hides it. This is what 70% companies are doing. So when we created red, blue, yellow, like any colors, now you understood that why this color mechanism based teams. So when you mix the red and blue, it becomes as a purple. Somebody is having the technology of exploiting, and at the same time who is having the defending, so that person can go to the purple team because of the combination of skills of both red team and blue team. When blue team adds yellow is again developers, blue are defense. So if these both teams working together, it becomes green, that means more secured. If yellow team builds it red team, that becomes an orange team. So maybe this is the team, what exactly does I can't even now also understood properly, because red team is a dangerous team, exploiting, developed team is this one. but there is no guarantee that that becomes a great solution. Still, there could be a possibility of red team skills. So most of the skills are there because any red team skills having programming knowledge, definitely a better people, orange people. So what I mean is that red team and blue team, if together purple team comes, and if you look into that as we discussed their functionalities, but purple team is mainly looking about facilitating in improvement of any both detection and defense, because through offensive you can identify and tell about that gap area, to defensive to identify that gap area, cover that gap area. Such kind of improvements are required. Those who can understand both red team, blue team, those people only required. That's why purple team is basically is a very better team because they have both skills. The sharpened skills of blue and red team members, and effective for spot checking. Immediately they will come into that and see that because they have the knowledge of the red team, so that the attacker how they can do it, and immediately they patch it because they also know that how to do patch. So that is where purple team is one of the greatest team in the cyber ranges. And if yellow team and red team mix, the orange team. So the orange team is nothing but you are given fire to your coders, developers to act as much as faster and benefit from the various current exposure to evaluate security threats. And offensive critical thinking is must for such kind of teams, and a decrease in overall security bug count over time. Of course, yellow team, blue team is a kind of team that like a management and a system administration team together works and to protect them. So this is what a green team. And if you look into that, there is one team which we didn't mention because this is not part of their the wheel, the white team. White team is that, see, you need to have a business drivers. Why we require the cyber security? So cyber security is very important and very critical. Based on that, your business, what exactly you are doing, that business should drive to better performance, to better optimal performance by implementing security. To implement such kind of critical security for doing a business, the risk strategy much important. Risk strategy means risk management, risk avoidance, risk mitigation, risk acceptance, all part of the strategy. So what kind of things you can do, what kind of things can't do, that would be there. Governance, policies and standards, because if you are again business drivers on the top, so you require definitely policies, standards and compliances. And based on that, again, you need to do in a risk identification profiling. There are tools are there for doing that. And the tools and technology very much implement the both risk identification. Of course, process and operational procedures also there to implement properly the cyber security. And the very much important as we are, first slide onwards we are telling, people and processes and technology are one of the major key things we need to consider for security. The reporting mechanism and everything would come there. So security team, now you see, and now by the time you understand all these teams are required to implement cyber ranges, either in the physically or in the automate made. That is where cyber ranges are evolved. Red team, green team, yellow team, blue team, white team and purple team. Now, does purple team help to test the incident response process over and over again? See, basically purple team is evolved from the red team and, am I right? Your blue team. So that is become the red. And if you look into that, there are 5 things in implementing the cyber security: identify, protect, detect again, respond again. Something is came into your picture, some things are happening, then recover it. Again, continuous identifying and for the protecting, and continuous detecting for responding and recovering. So purple teams in general understand. You can download document from the NIST purple document, and then you will understand all the kind of requirements. Purple is a kind of a readiness test for technical configurations, controls, and alerts. And purple's approach is comprehensive and layered because they know the perspective of attacking, they know the perspective of the defending. So once they know both, so they were comprehensive, and even though they can look about the layered. So if you wanted to build somebody, the https github.com secdevops Q cyber range. The Qs is the first open source cyber range. So this is what opportunity. How do we build? You may ask me. So you can download it. It's not a tool. It's like a GitHub. You can download from this cyber range a bootstrap framework for complete offensive, defensive, reverse engineering, security, intelligence tooling in a private research lab, so that you can do your research. If you wanted to implement a training with respect to a particular activity, you can implement it. And vulnerability systems and powerful open source toolkits are available. And if somebody is wanted to work with us, you can always mail us. So we can do this and you can build this, because cyber ranges, the respective companies, whether it could be Israel, US, or some Indian who are part of this business, they're almost charging a huge amount for each and every training. But I am saying that it's not only for training. You can develop for your cyber range by yourself, your research activity. That's what my point here. But this is what we generally do, our own platform with open source tool. The application layer, iLive, Cloud Cell, OpenStack, where we are using OpenStack and we are developing. And the virtualization is like a CyberPath, ESX, Hyper-V, KVM. Of course, Blue Team, who configures IDS, IPS, endpoint, SIEM, firewall, applications, servers, and all enterprise they develop it, and Red Team try to identify the all possible this one. Of course, you have to create a traffic generation, and based on the traffic generation, you have to create a threat emulation. So of course, you required to test some kind of white team, or somebody can manage this scheduling, TTP, XSS development, data scenario development, team management, reporting, such kind of things. Okay, if you have any doubts till now. Any chat questions? Any questions?
So there is no question in chat.
Okay. So shall I continue? What is the time? End time?
Sir, 4:30.
4:30. Good.
Including questions.
Okay. So anybody wanted to ask any question regarding implementation at your place of this particular? You can download github.com secdevops.
Sir, can we receive this PDF file after the completion of this program?
Sure, definitely. I'll share with the professor or the coordinator. Then you can collect from them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Suppose, let's say, if you wanted to implement some kind of exercise, you can build a lot of tabletop exercises like this. For the blue team, for red team, for yellow team, you can create it, and by having one simulated network or simulated system. System could be a simple thing in a vulnerable website. A vulnerable website is integrated with a vulnerable e-learning, or you can't say vulnerable e-learning in a perfect secure e-learning system. But when you integrate it with a vulnerable point of what you can say that vulnerable web application or non-vulnerable email system. A kind of integrated environment, you can establish it and ask blue team, red team to make for secured platform or secured system for hosting. That is where either you can engage 2 teams, 3 teams, 4 teams, or 7 teams also. And once you have done some exercises by respect to teams, all teams should together discuss what happened, how you collected, what the defender team, what to do by defender's team like blue team. All these things can be discussed. Now tell me, why individually you are doing exercise and understanding the concept, while you are discussing and doing on one particular environment in real time, which one is better? So that's what we always prefer this kind of this one. Rather than we say cyber ranges, we say TTPs, tabletop exercises for a particular system. So range, because of we said that it is a range between different teams, different manpower, different uses. So now coming to some, we look into some exercise and open source tools, what we generally use and how do we do that. So maybe some people may not have any kind of understanding of the cyber security exercises. How many of you are using Nmap tool? Could you please chat SS Nmap tool? No, please. This is the tool, the open source tool, now still open source, almost is 2 decades. They continuously separating, they were released into Windows mode, all this. So basically the network map. So network mapper, which generally finds about the discovery and of various open ports, closed ports, and security auditing purpose create. This would be very useful, because anything you want to identify particular devices, you need to identify services. Services in generally hosted on ports. Port is like a gateway to get into a system, a network. Until that opened, you can't get into that. That's why first job is you need to identify the gateway, the port. What kind of ports they were hosting in the organization. As you are being part of red team or blue team, you also do, as a blue team, you also know to what are the ports are open, why they are open, is it necessary to open all ports. When it is coming to the red team is really required that ports are open, so to get into the system to identify the gap areas. But Nmap, what is the behind the scenes of Nmap? Nmap uses raw packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network. So it is also identifying the based on the IP, then ports, so that what services, application names and versions are working on those ports, the OS are offering, and what kind of OS versions they are installed. Because it's you need to identify what kind of host operating system they host. Otherwise, you have like in a weapons, there are so many weapons are there, but you don't know which weapon you have to use it. So you will try all weapons until you know operating system. So half of the time will go that. But if you know that operating system, so that half of the weapons of Linux, half of the weapons of the quarter of the weapons of the Mac operating system, you can leave it, because those won't work. The weapons based on the remote system, how it can be killed. So that is where you need to, very much important to identify a system and remote system, what kind of operating system. So this Nmap very useful for both that also. And what kind of services are running, what kind of packet filters are injured, whether your target, your website target and you, there are any other systems are there in between to reach your target. A lot of the characteristics you can identify through Nmap tool itself. Nmap was designed to rapidly scan large networks, but works fine against single host. Of course, you can give the range from this IP to that IP, but it hosts in a single host. In addition to classic command line executables, the Nmap suite includes advanced GUI and results viewer, the GenMap. You can simply install a Windows machine and you can use it. So if you look into that simply, type just GenMap. I don't know whether I'm installed or not, but I look into GenMap. Yes, this Nmap is there. So when I'm running this tool, see what is the target? Target is simple. You give www.microsoft.com and intent scan and scan. Okay, I have to yes. Score is scans. So it's simple. Is it visible? So if you look into that, the command when you say that www.microsoft.com, so nmap, this is what command is going. So what is that it is identifying? So initiated at 356, completed, trying as a number of scans, and this is what identified Microsoft trying. Is opened with 4 ports, and I am able to knowing that what is the operating system, what is that IP address and 4 ports which was opened. Still it is going on continuing the thing. Am I right? So first time what it is done, the ping scan. It is pinging to a particular host www Microsoft. So there is a DNS resolution, domain naming system resolution. So naming it to IP so that it got the IP. Then it checks all 1000 ports and finally understood this port 80, 443 is working on. And also, so once he understood this port 80 is working, so 443 working, what are those services? It is also trying. See, finally what is that? So it is giving an output, what kind of services it is running. Now that 480 is nothing but the TCP. It is an HTTP proxy, SQUID proxy 3.57. So I'm able to identify that this is a proxy server which is using at that place. So it is an ACMI host, and then SSL HTTP ACMI host is running. Okay. So operating system is what? Anybody can guess this operating system? Anybody can say this operating system? What is the operating system using by the service?
Windows operating system.
Pardon me?
Windows.
It's not Windows. You see, it is an
XP.
No, it's basically that is what we need to understand. If you look into that, it's in a Linux-based machine.
Oh.
If you see that the version nmap output topology, if you select it is how much localhost to directly, so you can have host that also will be there somewhere. Yeah, if you look into that, this machine is Linux 2.6.32 3.0. The ports used 80 open, and OS classes general Linux 3.x because this is the Linux based 3.10. Am I right? This is a Linux machine. So you will be surprised, no, by being in a Microsoft, why they are using Linux. Anybody is having this doubt? But actually, it's not Microsoft machine. See, they were using a CDN network. The CDN network is that a content development network. See, like a Google also uses CDN. So when you are accessing a page, based on the page and based on the usage of the number of users of the Microsoft page, they will arrange in a cache service region wise or even the country wise. Like if it is, this is what is taking the services from the ACMI technologies. ACMI Technologies is hosting in a Linux-based CDN server for Microsoft, so that whoever access more pages in a particular region, that cache would be stored in the servers. If you access similar page, it won't go to the directly the Microsoft root server. It will come from this cache servers itself. Microsoft may be paying to host such cache servers at these regions so that this is coming. That's what we need to understand. That's what we cannot say directly. Even though tomorrow you hacks, you cannot say this is hacking Microsoft. Actually, it is a hacking the acmaitechnologies.com. Acmai is one of the ISP which hosts the cache servers. Acmai also supports Google, Acmai supports Apple, Acmai supports Microsoft also. So that is where you have to look into you have to identify. So information gathering is one technique, but confirming the information gathering is also very much important. Now I will make you another site, even though I'll say cdac.in itself. So cdac.in is the another website, is the same where the 4 ports which is understanding primary DNS and this parallel DNS, and it checks 1000 ports. Already here also 443.80 is open, and if you can see already 443, okay, this is still it is using.
Sir, please zoom window if possible.
Genmap mein that facility is there, I don't know. I'll check it.
Okay.
Maybe it's not there.
Okay, sir, no issue.
So this is the cdac.in, and cdac is being an R&D organization hosting where exactly they are hosting. Microsoft has been using the cache servers to host their services, but we'll look into that cdac also once it is completing. Then we can also compare these 2 ports. Comparing of that is of course this also came. cdac in also came. If you look into that, this is also Linux. If you see that penguins are there for both, and if so, port 80 open, proxy, port SSL is there. General purpose Linux is 2.63.x. Linux is 2.622. That uptime is almost 1.3.4 volts since Tuesday, March 23 means. And yesterday only they were restarted. TCP sequence prediction 257, ID sequence generators all zeros. These all will be useful, and this is the IP address. So because being this, topology, if you look into cdac.in, localhost and microsoft.com, the distance between, there's the host details. So you will get a beautiful report. Nothing, there is no knowledge is required. What kind of ports are open, and you can easily do that. So this is one of the technique which we identifying that what kind of services are opening. Now, what is the next step? I understand that these are the ports are used. These ports are the website is there, port 80, which is not HTTP server, and maybe they are using another port like 443, which is SSL. If you have a downgrade SSL and getting into that, such kind of things you have to look about to get into that those organizations. So I hope understood that this one. So that is where these tools will be there. So there is another tool, Wireshark is a network protocol analyzer. It lets you view traffic in as in a much detailed event. So for that also, Wireshark also, if you look into that, you simply type Wireshark. So the Wireshark app is there. Maybe whether it is working or not, just let me know that. So it's there. Then you have to look about that which IP is basically. Oh yeah, I have to give a lot of permissions. Yeah, finally. Okay, new version. Remind me later. You see, when you look into that, you will understand this particular Ethernet is having the packets. This is NCAP. This is only the two addresses are the. I am selecting Ethernet and see how the packets are coming. These are the all the base packets, raw packets, but you are understanding because there are a lot of ARPs going, protocols are going. This is look like this is the pane which understand the packets are coming for this is the 9383 packet. Within the no time already 10,000 packets, 11,000 packets. So if you counting by counting itself, it is increasing. These many packets are traveling in the network. Okay, so how do we do that? Now you are scanned. You can tell me any scan now. Anybody suggest one name? Other website? Anybody? You
Sir,
can suggest
nitj.ac.in.
NIT
Yes.
dot AC.in.
In.
NIT Jalandhar AC.in. Okay, then intense scan will do. Intense scan. So I understand this is what the IP address, am I right? 202.164.58 by 100, where I will filter here IP because I'm already running IP.addr. There are a lot of comments are there. You can learn afterwards. This is IP. Then I'm filtering, applying filter. If you see that the packets are with respect to this because that doing a scanning, scanning. If you go to the first packet, you see that ICMP packet, you go get TCP. First one, synchronization packet. My port is 448,313 and it is going to the SYN packet with the window size and all. Then also sending to the port 80 because I know that whether these ports are working or not. So there is a return. I'll understand for every synchronization packet, I should get an acknowledged packet if port is opened. Then again, three-way handshake. You might have studied in your computer fundamentals, the accessing communication. There is a three-way handshake. For every request, there would be a SYN packet. We will send it to the server. The acknowledgement will come for server to accept our SYN packet, synchronization packet. Then third handshake, I have to send an acknowledgement packet. Then only the data transfers. So that is where happening. So for every port, this three-way handshake is required. For every connection, whether you are using web, WhatsApp, everything, three-way handshake is must. That is called legitimate action, legitimate thing. So the packets would be collected in that way. Now you look into that, NITJ, if you see the course details, so Linux 3.1 jar accuracy is 94% and ports used 80 and port protocol they were using. They were in general using SSH port, but when they required, then only they are using, and at that time they are closing. That is where this OS is there. So these are the Linux. Now we will see that port 22 is closed. You might have some port 22, but we have applied in a scan. So it is going each and every port 256 because 1000 ports, 1025, 808, all possible ports. If it is trying SYN packet sending, so it is contacting that port whether it is available or not. And when it is getting an acknowledgement, if you see that the port 80 was got an acknowledgement, that means port is open. That is what funda between back and side. So every port scanning, it go and contact server whether the port is there or not. If port is available, acknowledgement will get by client. If port is never not available, reset packet we will get. So you see reset packet. If the reset packet is there, is the linked packet is there with respect to this because the second time, and see 8080 reset packet came, 443 reset is packet coming. So there is some problem is there. They were using some technology methods to stop giving this scanning and all. So otherwise on behalf of they are giving. This is what expertise while you are collecting the packets and understanding the packets, this one. And these are the tools who also we generally use for the forensic point of view also. See, something like data is coming continuously, data is coming means what? What do you mean by? So that means there is a port scanning. If you are continuously scanning of the devices and your server, every server which you are hosted, it should answer each and every request. Whether your port is available or port is not available, you have to request your server should respond. Otherwise, the server cannot give the resources. If somebody is sending within a small time, there are so many SYN requests, your server should tell. And if your server is only giving the request, all memory is going out, then what they can do? Server is may not provide the other services properly. That is where one thing you need to look into that. So what is the funda behind this? The funda is basically it uses 6 connection bases. So 6 TCP flags. The combination of flags that control connection session at various times. The flags are that whether it is a SYN, acknowledgement, FIN, urgent and push restart. And TCP uses 3-way handshake, SYN, acknowledgement and acknowledgement. This is the 3-way handshake. That means when client is talking to a port, it will send to the SYN packet to the server, and the server should give an acknowledgement with respect to that SYN, and again client should send an acknowledgement to transfer the data. But if I'm doing a port scanning, I don't want to transfer any port data. Simply I will send a SYN packet, I'll get an acknowledgement. Once I get an acknowledgement means what? Port is open. Then why should I send another acknowledgement, another data? But if you are not sending, the server is waiting for that. Server is reserved some memory for my request, and if when I'm sending number of requests and it is keeping a number of things, the server may restart because of the limitation of the memory. Such kind of things are there. Okay, so there are scan types, variety of scan types. That's what we as an intelligent hacker, we will use a different scans for different purposes. So full scan, if you do that, what is full scan? Client is talking to server, maybe that is there, or this one, you just look into that. Now client is talking to the server by sending SYN packet. I wanted to connect you port at 80. Then if server is running port 80, it will send an acknowledgement to the client. Fine, I'm ready for your connection. Then client will send back to the server. So that means acknowledgement would be sent. This is what called 3-way handshake. Then only an establishment happens between server and client after this 3-way handshake. Then they use the other 2 flags, push and ACK, so that the data would be transferred each and other. That could be HTTP page or a telnet page or something else, WhatsApp communication. Entire data would be transferred after 3-way handshake. Then when it is closing, either one can send in a FIN packet. Either client also sends or server also can send sometimes. See, sometimes what happens, client sends a SYN packet, but it is never responding, 3rd handshake. The client server itself sends after some time waiting, rather than killing its memory, it sends a FIN packet. So that is where the acknowledgement, when client sends FIN packet, finished packet, there would be a server side acknowledgement would come, and after sending the acknowledgement, server also sends another FIN packet so that it can get an acknowledgement last handshake by goodbye. So while initiating the connection 3-way handshake, while closing the connection 4-way handshake. These are the actions, legitimate actions. Any changes are coming, it is a non-legitimate and considered as an attack. So let's say if you take the instead of, if now the client is sending a synchronization packet to port 80, server sends an acknowledgement, SYN for that respect to the SYN, and or reset. If port is open, it is an acknowledgement, and reset is there is port is not rare, it's closed. So that when reset comes, so that automatically 3rd handshake acknowledgement will send and close it, or reset will be sent. Either one it should send. If port is open, it should send an acknowledgement, and it also should send reset, because it is not for data transfer. Whether your service is running or not, That is what I would like to know. So I'm closing my connection by sending reset. So this is where you understand that this is the full scan. But what is the command if you are in Linux? Of course, you have seen in the demonstration in Windows, the command when it is looking into that nmap-t with a scan s 192 that IP address, what ports you can give. If you are not giving the ports, so it checks each and every port, the 1000 ports, what exactly Windows did. Otherwise, if you're specifically giving these ports 8023, it tries to check it and give the output like this. So TCP filtered. So that is where that is what. See, if you look into that, it is sending in a synchronization packet. Then acknowledgement is coming with respect to this client, and then acknowledgement is coming again from this client. These three are that port is open. But in the case of Telnet, it is a reset packet came back because Telnet it was sent InfoWave to Telnet. Telnet is InfoWave is sending a reset. That means the port is closed. So the tools, both the tools of Wireshark and Nmap, will give clear picture how an attack can be recognized. When your IDS, intrusion detection system, if you look into that, or forensic system you look into that, you can collect these packets and you can know what is happening in the network, how they buy based on these raw packets. So ACScan means that they are not sending single packet first. It's sending an acknowledgement packet first. So people will use acknowledgement scan. But server doesn't understand why ACK flag is coming. It is always expects synchronization flag. When I'm not getting as a synchronization flag as a first flag packet, I never respond it. Even my service is open. When I'm not responding, client can think that when no response from server, maybe there is a service running. So maybe, remember it, there is no guarantee. But anyway, whatever the flag you have sent, the client has sent, but I am not running service, why should I not responding that? So if I am not running that service, I will send in a server reset packet as a server. So once I send in a reset packet, the client is understanding, oh, this port is closed. So that is where ACScan. So that's what is the difference between the before the 3, 4, there are 4 handshakes. But here within 2 handshakes, I'm able to identify what is the port is open. So while attacker using these tools, he uses what kind of type of scan he can use it and what kind of type he can use it for based on his requirements. Similarly, the way same the command instead of full scan T, then is a capital A acknowledgement and it would be given the similar output. Similarly, off open here, by the time I understanding second connection next, instead of acknowledgement, you will send as a reset packet. There is no the fourth one. So that is off only, it is doing off open. Same XMS scan. XMS scan means either fin packet, urgent packet, or push packet can be sent as a first packet, like how acknowledgement packet was sent. And this is with the X, and output would be same. Null scan means there is no flag. So that is also can be done, no flag set, and with capital N, and the output is coming in the basis of this particular activity. So UDP scan is another scan where UDP scan also capital U. So UDP is basically, you know that it's a what he called connectionless. That connectionless means what? So whether packet is delivered or not delivered, it doesn't mind. But when it is TCP packet, the packet confirmation will come. When I delivered packet, until delivered confirmation comes, I continuously try to send those packets. Am I right? So that is where I look into that. But UDP, like is a streaming, and you are getting YouTube streaming. YouTube doesn't mind that whether you are receiving or not. If you didn't get, you will again refresh it and you will get it. But there is no conformity is required, so that off of the network flow can be reduced. So nmap minus hyphen s capital U is UDP scan, and UDP scan continuously uses in background and ICMP packets. Similarly, ICMP scan is generally ICMP is nothing but your ping command also uses ICMP scan. Here, my question is to all of you, when you ping of your remote machine, whether you can identify what kind of operating system is when you are pinging a remote machine, whether you can identify what kind of operating system hosted in that remote machine. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
Sir, as we discussed, we identify through Nmap tool, right?
No, my question is that when you ping, just a minute. Some problem is there in this. Okay, so let's ping. If you are giving ping, I don't know what is my IP address is, but 10 dot. Just a minute. First IP config. I will type it so that. IP config. So this is IP 10.244.04. Okay. So it's a combination of Linux tools from work here. So ping 10.244.0.1, whether I don't know pinging or not. So now you are able to see this ping, no? Okay. Ping
Right.
10.244.0.50. So I'm pinging only two different IP addresses, am I right? Okay, there is no host in 100. But anyway, if you look into these two different, what is the difference of these two things? What is the difference between these two outputs? Because one I have done for 244.0.0.1 and this is the output. The second one I have done to 250. This is the output. And this is the output of this one. And this is the output of the 250. What is that you
make it full?
How do I make size?
Sir, right top right, there is a box.
No, that is not happening. That is, I have pulled it, but you can even increase that.
No issue, sir.
Okay. So now is it visible?
Yes, sir.
So this is one output and this is another output. What is the difference between these two? This is one IP address. This is another IP address. The output, anybody is observed? The difference
TTL
between,
different, sir.
yes. With the TTL, you can identify the system. This system is Linux. This system is Windows. There is a 254 also will be there, 250 is there, 63, 65, 66, 68 also will be there. This is what the question will give it. This is a 63, 64, 65. Either it is a router or Linux mission, based mission. Because Linux could be having two different network cards, could be a 64. But if it is 254, 255 is maybe a router also. But 126, 127, 128 could be in a Windows also. So Windows version based on the 7, 8 or 10 also. So that is where you can identify with a small ping command. That is where hacker works. You never scan your machine with respect to operating system. You simply write a ping command. As a system administrator, you may be understanding somebody is trying for a system is available or not. But you can easily make it that this one can be done. So you understood about whatever that. So yeah, so that is where the tools are very much useful. Understanding, of course, there are a lot of slides are there, but because of the time concern, I am sharing these slides. If you have any doubts, you always can be contact me on this number. And thank you for your patience and support. If you have any questions. So the same techniques also we will use for the network forensics. Forensics is a kind of subject where you need to take out a maze and some most on like what is that you called SOPs, standard operating procedures would be there. If you understand clearly standard operating procedures, it is very easy to make yourself technology. But standard operating procedures are very important in forensics. And raw data, collecting data, a number of open source tools are there. One of the tool is Kali Linux. The Kali Linux is having on all kinds of tools, but tools are not important for you. The fundamentals behind the tools, what exactly how we do. You see this Nmap. So most of the penetration testers, half of the job, 80 to 90% job, they will use only these tools, these two open source tools. So because 90% of the time is the information gathering, how much you collect the information and make a what you can say that blueprint of the organization, how they were organized. So definitely you can easily penetrate them and easily attack them. If you are an attacker, penetrate them, you are a penetration tester. If you are a red team, you can identify as many as vulnerabilities. Hope this session after lunch session is always boring lesson. I don't know how you have felt, but if you have any feedback, you can always share feedback with us. And if you have any questions, please let me know so I can answer it. It's almost 4:30.
Any question, participants?
After complete session, I request you please send PPT. Okay. Sure, definitely.
I think, sir, there is no question.
Yes.
So we can conclude it. On the behalf of Department of Computer Science, I would like to thanks Sri CHAS Murthy ji for his expert talk on cyber security framework for teaming exercise and open source tools for cyber security. Right, he has covered very interestingly various cyber range teams and various tools for network security auditing. Right. So I would like to thank again for accepting our invitation and delivering a wonderful talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your patience, and good luck in your careers. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir. Okay, participants, then you can leave. Then tomorrow we have another session at 10:30. Please join before 10:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.